had asked a question regarding whether you remember when your relationship with Mr. Matlala became on again. Did you recall, or you still don't remember?
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I think it was in late 2024, maybe around September, October, but it was late in 2024.
And in late 2024, when the relationship now was actively ongoing, did you perhaps think it was important to go back to speak to General Manamela, given that the first description you gave her was, we have an on and off relationship? Now you definitely know that you are in a relationship with a contracted service provider. Did you go back to talk to her about this?
Yes, I did.
And
Fortunately, General Manamela is someone that you can talk to most of the things. Yes, I did.
Sorry, Brigadier, you went back to talk to her in, let's say, late 2024 and definitively confirmed you have a relationship. What was her response to that?
Nothing. I think it was still the same response. I can't remember. But I think it was the same response to say I must just continue and being professional at work.
And again, this was not recorded in any form or fashion?
No, it was not recorded, Commissioners.
Brigadier, let me just go back to a question that Ms. Bowe asked you, and I think you said, when she asked you about your involvement in what she described as contract management of this Medicare contract, and you denied that you are involved with contract management.
Yes.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
What do you understand to be contract management in the context of this Medicare contract? What would constitute contract management?
My understanding of contract management, in SAPS you'll have one person that will be a contract manager of that specific contract. If we are having challenges that we cannot resolve with the service provider, then we'll have to escalate them to the level of a contract manager.
Okay. So where you say in paragraph 4, you would urge him to facilitate appointments, it's because you said it's because members were complaining. Yes. The CFO, the CEO, or something you call them, environmental officers, were complaining. So you step in.
Yes.
And urge him to make appointments for members. That's what you say in your
That's
paragraph
correct,
4.
Commissioner.
And then you also say, you also urge him to pay his contracted service provider. That's his business. So why do you come into it? Why are you involved in an issue about Mr. Matlala's company paying his service providers?
Sometimes members of or members that are managing the contract or that are giving out authorization, because they knew the nature of my relationship with Mr. Matlala, they will call me and say, you know, we are struggling to get an appointment for maybe for divers with Dr. So-and-so, because Mr. Matlala have not yet paid them. can't you talk to him and ask him to pay the service provider? Yes, indeed, I will, and urge him to pay the service provider.
And so from your description, what you've just explained now, this was not part of your functions to urge him to pay his service providers. You were doing it because people know you have a relationship with him, so as his girlfriend, you're talking to him to pay his service providers. It's not your responsibility.
That's correct, Commissioner.
That is correct. So at this point, you now have a relationship. You are back on with him when you now talk to him about paying his service contract, his service providers.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And then you say, and correcting him when numbers were not corresponding, which effectively qualified him to invoice lesser. This to me sounds like a purely finance function, not your monitoring, surveillance, and making sure that there is surveillance of your members. The discussion about invoices being corrected, I don't see how from how you have described your responsibilities, where it comes in that you're responsible to now look at invoices for correction, even if it means him being paid lesser. I don't see how that flows from your responsibilities. Yes, you may comment.
I was not correcting him for invoices. When medical surveillance have been attended by the members, there will be an attendance register which will be kept by the service provider as well as our ECO members. They will keep the attendance register. Sometimes the attendance register is not corresponding. His attendance register and our attendance register will not be corresponding.
Yes, what I'm saying is I don't see why that is part of your functions, that kind of engagement with Mr. Matlala, that you are the one that has to solve non-corresponding registers. Your ECO officers are responsible for this. They are the ones that know what appointments are being made. Just make me understand why and how that fits into your responsibilities relating to this contract.
If there are any fruitless expenditures regarding the medical surveillance, I'm the one that must account to the fruitless expenditure. And as much as possible, from my side, I was trying to avoid the fruitless expenditure. Reason being, when we started with medical surveillance in my environment, I received an email from She Management, Colonel Mogadi, who indicated that the environment that I am managing has a huge amount of fruitless expenditure due to non-attendance of members.
Okay, can I just stop you there? The point I'm trying to make is, can you see from the three things that you have listed that in fact this is contract management? You are managing now the day-to-day performance of this contract, because to urge him to facilitate appointments is to say to him, you are not performing, our members are not getting their appointments. Why that gets escalated to you, I think it's a different debate, but you say to him, comply with the contract. That's a management of a contract, at least that's what I'm suggesting to you. To pay his contracted service providers, I think this has absolutely nothing to do with you as an SAPS person who is the end user of the contract. This you were doing as his girlfriend because others have come and spoken to you. It had nothing to do with your responsibilities. And then correcting him when numbers were not corresponding, which effectively qualified him to invoice lesser. This is contract management. So when you say to Ms. Bowe, I wasn't responsible for contract management, officially, yes, maybe you were not, but you took on this function on this contract of managing the contract in the name of solving challenges, when in fact it is typical contract management. That's what I'm suggesting to you. You may comment if you want to.
From my side, Commissioner, I don't see it as contract management. I see it as stepping in whenever there are challenges. And in SAP's language, we understand contract management to be something else different. Hence, I indicated that I was not managing the contract.
Thank you. Thank you, Brigadier.
Brigadier, just to follow up on two aspects in relation to the answers you gave to Commissioner Baloyi. You mentioned that managers, so the actual contract managers, would then approach you to do ostensibly what they were supposed to do when they had issues with the contract. Do you accept that?
Yes.
So if you
Not
were...
managers, but there's someone that is issuing authorization and doing payment as well. So whenever there are challenges of non-payment, and it's very urgent that the divers must attend their medical surveillance, she will call me and say, hey, we can't make appointments because Dr. So-and-so has not been paid. Can't you talk to him, at least prioritize this doctor so that our divers can conduct the medical surveillance?
Yes, I understand, Brigadier. I guess the question is, if that sounds like a management issue, why was that then not directed to managers if you are now saying that those people were indeed not managers?
Yeah.
Okay. And then if you look at paragraph 14, right, where you talk about your disclosure to General Manamela, you say, I further asked if I could recuse myself from the responsibility of managing the medical surveillance and biological monitoring program. And so that sort of management didn't include actual contract management or the provision at least of those services that affected your environment.
That's correct.
Right. Thank you, Brigadier. And then if you look at paragraph 15, just to clarify, at the end of that sentence or that paragraph, you say, perhaps let me just read the whole paragraph. It must be noted that I was not part of the bid specification committee, bid evaluation committee, nor bid adjudication committee, and I was not aware of the service providers that submitted bids for the tender or any engagements with any previous health risk managers that were contracted by the SAPS. What do you mean by that? Are you solely limiting it for purposes of the procurement process?
I'm solely limiting it in the process of the specification of the contract, the evaluation, or the adjudication of the tender.
And I think this was a question that was posed by Commissioner Khumalo. As an end user, there wasn't a part that you were playing in the bid specifications behind the scenes, as end users would contribute to bid specifications as they are the receivers ultimately of the service. So
No,
there was no
nothing.
participation there.
Nothing. The part of the specification, it even started before I can arrive in that environment.
All right. Thank you, Brigadier.
Brigadier, in that paragraph 15, where you can read it together with 14, but I'm raising this in the context of what you say in 15. Is there any reason you don't say in your statement, at the time of the submission of the bid of Mr. Matala, and at the time that the bid was awarded to him, or the tender was awarded to him, he and I were not in a relationship? Is there any reason you're not saying it that clearly?
Maybe it's the matter of English. For me, I see that I have already covered it. So maybe it's the matter of English and putting it the way you are saying, Commissioner.
No, it's not a matter of English and putting it the way I'm saying it. Nowhere in your statement do you say that. You tell us earlier on about your on and off relationship without saying that as at June 2024, we were not in a relationship. No, your statement doesn't say that. And my question is there, you clearly do see it's important. That's why you're telling us what you tell us in paragraph 14, and that's why you tell us what you're telling us in paragraph 15. It's because you know it is important to convey something that, in fact, the fact of your relationship with him, whether on and off, you do know it's important for purposes of why you are here before us and for purposes of this contract. What is curious is, much as you know it is, you've decided it is important, nowhere in your statement do you say when he submitted the tender, which you don't know when, you've told us, and when it was awarded to him, he and I were not in a relationship at that time. You don't say that, and my question is there a reason you don't say it that clearly in your statement?
No, there's no reason, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, I'm going to move to the chat for purposes of questioning the witness alongside some of the statements that arise. So I think it may be easier to just remove the statement and put it alongside the chat. And for just purposes of orientation, because the chats are slightly different from those that we were looking at with witness F, under tab 2, you will see that the chat box that is green would represent chats from Mr. Matlala, and that which is white or gray, depending on the level of your eyesight, will be those of Brigadier Matjeng.
Ms. Bowe, perhaps for the record, you should say the source of these chats, from whose phone are they? If you were already going to do that, I do apologize for anticipating.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. The chats originate from the phone of Mr. Matlala and were extracted, both the WhatsApps and the metadata. So we were able to get copies of the chats as well as annexes to the chats that includes multimedia like videos or audio. Brigadier, you've had consideration and sight of the chats.
Yes.
And you are satisfied that these are the chats that you had with Mr. Matlala?
That's correct, I am.
Right. Thank you. I'd like to begin at page 2. Page 2. Brigadier, you'll see there on the 15th of December 2024, you send a number to Mr. Matlala. Whose number is that?
Sorry, maybe
do you know?
Ms. Bowe, for completeness, maybe also give the time stamp, because there's quite a number of messages on the same day.
Yes, Commissioner, that is at 12:37.
This one I tried to recall whose number is this, because I don't have it on my contact. Probably maybe it was forwarded by someone while Mr. Matlala was looking for it. I don't know whose number is this.
And if you turn the page over, you'll see You then text Mr. Matlala at 15:04 on the same day. You say, did you find him? Apparently he changed his number. Does that help you recall?
I know he was looking for, after his phone was confiscated, he was looking for a number of quite a lot of people. I'm trying to recall, and I even dial it on Truecaller just to check whose number it is.
So we've done a check of the number. It's Captain Cartwright. Do you have any sense of why you would be
Sorry,
providing?
Ms. Powe, you said it's what?
Captain Cartwright, Cartwright.
Thank you.
Do you have a sense of why you would be sharing Captain Cartwright's?
Or first, perhaps, do you know who that captain is?
I know him by surname. I've never met him personally. I just know the name Captain Cartwright.
And then please respond to Ms. Powe's question.
Do you recall why you would be sending his number to Mr. Matlala?
No, I don't remember. He was looking for a number, and I got him the number.
Thank you, Brigadier.
When you asked for the number, he would have told you why. He's asking for a number of an SAPS person, a colleague of yours. So he would have told you why.
It's not always that when someone is looking for a number of a specific person, they will tell you why they are looking for that person. So in this instance, I don't know why he was looking for the captain. What I know is that on the 6th of December, when they took his phone, he lost a lot of contacts.
Yes, no. I understand that, and my question has nothing to do with that. My question is, when Mr. Matlala asks you for a number of your colleague, which you don't have on your phone, and so you don't just pass it on, you would have asked why, or he would have explained, I want the number, this number. You would have had to look it up on your subsystem. So you would know a bit about him because you have to look it up. You are sharing police information or an employee's information, actually. You are sharing an employee's number with an outsider.
If
I expect he would have said to you, I want this number for this reason. 2, when you look it up on your system, you would know who it is. They are employed in this section. I would imagine that information would have been there available to you. So you would know more than just by name from looking him up. You would know this is where he's employed.
No, I don't have access to check where members are employed. But if it's Captain Cartwright, I know he's working at supply chain management. And he's one of the people that he signed. When he was going to sign the contract, he signed it with Captain Cartwright.
Okay.
What he was looking for or what he wanted to discuss with Captain Cartwright, I really don't know, Commissioner.
Okay, but you now know, you knew just at looking him up, if you didn't know before, that this is someone in supply chain management. You came to know that.
No, after Ms. Powe mentioned Captain Cartwright, then I remembered to say Captain Cartwright is the one that was working in, or he's still there in supply chain. I'm not sure if he's still there.
Okay. Now, you also say you tried, I mean, Ms. Powe seems to have had better luck than you, even though she's not in the SAPS, to locate who this number belongs to. When you say you tried, you even used Truecaller Are you saying you could not establish whose number this is,
That's correct, Commissioner.
even when you called it?
No,
You
I
say
did
you
not
called
call
them?
it.
Oh,
What I do, I just check on Truecaller if it will show the name of the person. As I was writing my affidavit, some of the numbers, I will check them on my Truecaller, and it will give me the name of that specific person.
all right. I don't know how Truecaller works, but thank you. Thank you, Brigadier.
I can confirm, Commissioner Baloyi, that when I used my Truecaller this morning, that's how I discovered the name and then double-checked it with our IT.
Okay. Brigadier just was not able to do the same. All right, thank you.
And then you'll see, then let's go to the next chat on still the 15th of December at 17:04. You text Mr. Matlala, you don't have money, ungithumele. And his response is, I don't have bank account. And you respond with Yane. I just wanted to understand in relation to this was just ordinary boyfriend-girlfriend talk.
That's correct.
And he also then indicates that he would be opening another account. Now, if you look at the next message on the 18th of December at 13:27, we won't get into it. You just send Mr. Matlala a correspondence that you received, and you asked him for assistance.
That's correct.
And again here, just to confirm, this was regular boyfriend-girlfriend request
Yes,
and
because,
interaction.
yes, Commissioners, because previously I told him about this account that I was owing and could not settle the account. I told him in September 2023 because I had an incident in September 2023. It's a very traumatic incident which I do not want to divulge what happened there. But at the end of the day, my car was burned down. So, yeah. And because of this account, I have challenges in getting finance to buy a new car.
All right, Brigadier, you don't have to go into the specifics.
Ms. Bowe, at this very early stage, I want to test this idea of the Brigadier having been involved in a romantic relationship with Mr. Matlala. Brigadier, as romantically involved people, did you and Mr. Matlala have any terms of endearment like love, babe, hun, etc.?
Yes, Commissioner, I am not a romantic person. I'm not into calling people honey, love, or whatever, but I'll give you a pet name. So for him, I was calling him Mr. V, and from his side, he was calling me Diva. That's how we call each other.
I must say I've gone through all the chats. Well, people differ, but I find it very, very strange that you don't have or you don't use, not at all, any of the usual terms of endearment that some people, if not most people, use. I find it very strange. Do you wish to comment on that? I've gone through all, from page 3 all the way to the last one at page 49. Not once do you use any term of endearment except, as you say, you saying Mr. V, and he's saying diva? Even that Mr. V and that diva, those are very few. Do you accept that they are very few?
I do accept.
If you go beyond 5, that would be quite a lot, actually. I doubt that you even reach 5. The same with him. Starting from December to, what's the date of the last one? It's the 25th of, it's the 13th of May, 2025. Very few, even of those, the Mr. V and the diva, very few. Do you wish to comment on that?
Yes, Commissioner. I do accept that in writing there will be very few of that. But when you look at our chairs, most of the time we will be talking through phone.
I've seen that.
Most of the time.
I've seen that there are lots of phone calls. But I will still say it's very strange that you would use these terms of endearment, the Mr. V and the diva, if you are suggesting that you were using them during the calls. I would still find it strange that you would use them in the calls but not use them in texts. It's still the two people interacting, so it doesn't make sense to me that you would change, you would switch, or not relate in the same manner you do in phone calls.
Sometimes when someone is having a girlfriend, you avoid using those terms a lot because if maybe the girlfriend can get hold of the phone, they will be able to read and see the discussions between two people. So in most of the time on our chat, we try to keep it professional.
But that can't be the answer if you say you ask for money from him because you were in a relationship. If saying love, hand, babe, or whatever, if you saw that as problematic for purposes of the wife, asking for money should equally have been problematic for the wife, if not worse. So your answer, again, doesn't make sense to me. It would actually be worse to ask for money, especially huge sums of money like we have here. Your comment?
I am not a romantic person.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you now about the point you make about it being problematic if the wife were to see terms of endearment. So now I'm saying, if you say that would have been problematic, in my view, it would actually have been worse for the wife to see texts in which you were asking for money. And not money for airtime or anything like that, but huge sums of money, hundreds of thousands of rand. Would that not have been worse than mere terms of endearment?
It will be, Commissioner.
So my question stands then. Or perhaps let me ask a different question or make a different comment and ask you to respond to that. To me, a huge doubt is cast upon this idea that you and Mr. Madlanga had a romantic relationship. The very fact that you did not use any terms of endearment suggests to me that you were not romantically involved. What do you say?
I don't agree, Commissioner. People can go out and investigate around my circle, and my circle is very big. They will be able to confirm this relationship.
Why then are you not able to explain how you interacted, or why it is that you interacted in a manner that didn't show that you were romantically involved? Because the reason you gave does not make sense. And you basically admit that when you say it would be worse if the spouse were to see that you were asking for huge sums of money. So why is it, try to give a better response, why is it that you did not interact in a manner that showed that you were romantically involved?
Thank you, Commissioner. I still stick to the point that I am not a romantic person. In all my relationship, I don't use, I rather call someone Ntate Madlala. For me, it's romantic to be calling Ntate Madlala. Then maybe from his side, will be saying Mama Tlala. For me, it's romantic. And to cut most of the things short, we'll just say Mr. V, and then he'll go diva.
Let me just take you through a few. The first one that Ms. Poe has already referred you to says, oh yeah, the first one is you give him a cell number, and it's just that cell number, no text at all. And then the second one, also referred to by Ms. Poe, says, did you find him? Apparently he changed numbers. And then the next one, the date is 15 December 2024, timestamp 1704. You say you don't have money on Tumelle. Then the first one by him, I don't even have a bank account, and that's on the same date, same time basically. And your next one, Yane, same date, 1710. And his second text, I'm opening another account on Tuesday while they're busy investigating irregularities of funds in that one. Same date, 1713. I'll skip a letter from attorneys, that's at pages 3, 4, 5. And I go to the top of page 6. That's your next one. Where's the timestamp? It's cut there at the top. Let me see. Yes, it's at the bottom of page 5. It's on the 18th of December 2024 at 13:28. You say, I'm in trouble now. These guys are on my case. Remember, I told you September. And then I'll skip a few and go to page 14.
14.
14, yes. And there you say, and it's the 23rd of January 2025, 12:03. And there you simply say, confirmed. The point I want to make about all these is that they sound businesslike. All of those that I've read sound businesslike. And in fact, I've gone through all the texts. All of them are like that, businesslike. I find it very strange that this is how people who are romantically involved would write to each other. Do you wish to comment?
Yes, Commissioner, as I have previously, my previous comment, to say that we will have our regular phone calls whereby we will talk our affairs, and on WhatsApp, like I said, I'm not a romantic person, so it will...
Would you be romantic during those phone calls? In terms of using terms of endearment, for example?
Sometimes, depending on...
But only using Mr. V, nothing else?
Yes, I only use Mr. V.
So that's what you mean by being romantic during the phone calls.
That's correct. But I'm also inviting the commission to investigate.
But please, just let's not get distracted. Please answer my question. My question was, do you agree that it is very strange that people who are romantically involved would talk in this business-like manner? Do you accept that or not?
I do not accept, Commissioner, because it will differ from one person to another.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen.
Brigadier, at that page 3 of these WhatsApp exchanges that the chair has gone through about requests for money, you then get to, you forward Mr. Matlala at page 3 at the bottom, a letter to you, right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you do that on the 18th of December 2024. And then at page 6, you then say, I'm in trouble now, these guys are on my case. Remember I told you, September. So that these guys are on my case, you are referring to what is contained in that letter. It relates to that letter.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And I told you, September, it has to be September 2024.
2023.
Why 2023? Why do you say 2023?
I had an incident in September 2023 whereby my car was burned down. Yeah.
So these guys are after me. You're not referring to the people, to these attorneys who have sent you a letter?
I'm referring to the attorneys who
Yes.
has sent me this judgment. It was a judgment.
Yes.
I'm referring to it because this judgment I'm struggling to obtain vehicle finance because
Yes.
of this judgment.
Yes.
Unless I pay them, then I will be able to apply for vehicle finance.
Yes.
Hence,
So-
I'm saying I'm in trouble. Now these guys are on my case. Remember, I told you, September.
Yes. If these guys are the attorneys, then the guys who are after you, I told you, September, that these guys are after me, you must have been referring to this letter, these attorneys, not your incident.
Yes, I agree with you, Commissioner. When I'm saying I'm in trouble, these guys are after me.
Yes.
I mean this letter.
Yes.
But when I say I told you, September,
Yes.
I told him, September, that I'm struggling to buy a car
Yes.
because of this account. By then, there was no judgment on my name. Now, they went on to get a judgment for this account.
Yes, they get a judgment in October.
Yes.
In October.
Yes, Commissioner.
And it's, I'm saying to you, according to this text, and my reading of it is, you would have told him in September about this judgment. That makes sense. It doesn't make sense that you would send a text which has an attorney's letter that has a judgment taken in August 2024, and then you say, I told you September, and that's all you say, and you are referring to September 2023 when you are attaching an attorney's letter that is in August. Let me just express it again. This is a judgment is taken in August 2024,
Yes.
right? So we know that you get this letter after the judgment is taken, because the
correct.
letter refers to a judgment. It's in August 2024. Then you send a text, you send that same letter, and you send a letter that says, I told you September, and I'm suggesting to you that the September you are referring to is in 2024. You told him about this judgment in September 2024, not 2023.
I do not agree, Commissioner. Reason being, once you get a judgment, or once there's a judgment on your name, you are not being informed immediately that there's a judgment on your name. The first time that they sent me a message to say there's a judgment on your name, it was on this date.
Yes. The point, actually, the more important point I seek to make, Brigadier, is you're asking him for money in December, and you're showing him that you need to pay. That's why you're sending him this letter.
That's correct.
I've got this letter, there's a judgment against me, and I need to make payment. And that follows on that sequence of requests for payment from him, from you to him, right? Is that, you agree
That's
with
correct,
that?
Commissioner.
Okay. Now, and the point I wanted to make about it is, well, if you told him in September 2024, then we know that your relationship had started in 2024 September, and I think that's why you're saying 2023. You're avoiding, conceding that in fact, having told General Manamela in June about your relationship, which you say was off at that time, because that's what you tell us. You say your relationship was off in June 2024. In fact, in September 2024, your relationship is back on, and that is consistent with an earlier answer to Commissioner Kumalo, that your relationship started towards the late 2024. So in September 2024, you are now back in a relationship with Mr. Madlanga. You're talking to him, and that's when you tell him that these guys are after you. You accept that?
Commissioner, it might be that in September 2024, our relationship was already on, or it started in September 2024.
Okay.
But when I say I told you September, I'm referring to September 2023, after my car was burned down and I could not get a car.
Okay. I just wanted to establish that we are on the same page, that by September your relationship was you say it's possible, but I wanted to put it higher than that by September 2024 your relationship was back on track. And the important point I want to make about it is that from the time you told General Manamela about your relationship, and you say to us it was off at the time. That's why you didn't know he had been awarded. In fact, not too much time passed between the June award of the tender, on your version, the June award of the tender, and when you are back on. We know that latest in September you are back in a relationship with
That's
Mr.
correct,
Madlanga. That's the point I'm making. So
That's
it's
correct.
barely 3 months in there somewhere.
It might be that we were back together, or we were in a process
Okay.
of fixing our relationship.
All right. Thank you, Brigadier. Thanks, Ms. Bowe. Before we move on, I think you were answering a question of the chair, and you spoke about your relationship was known to people close to your circle. You
That's
remember you
correct,
also say that in the statement. What does it mean? I mean, I don't know what it means. Who are the people close to your circle? Are you talking your family? Are you talking your friends? Are you talking your colleagues?
It's
What does that
family,
mean?
it's family, it's friends. Some of my colleagues will know.
Did that include General Patlane as people who knew about
That's
your relationship?
correct.
He knew about your relationship.
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Brigadier, then if we can go to, again, still on page 6, there's an exchange of calls that we won't go through, but on the 20th of December 2024 at 18:33, you send him a contact card giving him the details of one General Tim. Is that correct? That is the contact details of General Tim.
Ms. Bowe, we really have to strain our ears. Can you please try to?
Oh, my apologies.
Yes.
Maybe bring the mic closer to you.
Yes, the contact details of General Tema.
That's correct. He called me and requested that I forward him the contact details of General Tema. And because by then he lost a lot of contact, and I know that he knew General Tema, and he previously had the contact of General Tema, I then forwarded him her contacts.
And Brigadier, you say that you knew that he knew General Tema. Maybe to start here, what environment is General Tema?
General Tema has resigned, but previously, when she was in the organization, she was the head of basic police training.
Basic?
Basic police training,
Police training.
yes.
All right, and you knew that he had her number,
Yes,
and this is why you provided it.
that's correct, commissioners.
And just to say that you said in your earlier testimony that the reason why you provide contact details of SAPS members is because he lost his cell phone, and he couldn't access their numbers on ongoing correspondence because he's a contractor, and I imagine frequently would be talking to these individuals.
I think after losing or after the phone was confiscated, he changed the numbers and used a different number. So the number that we are communicating from December, it was his new number.
I suppose my question is simply, couldn't he have gotten it through his emails? Most SAPS employees in their email signatures, they put both the official and cell number. Is there a reason why he frequently asked you for these numbers?
General Tema was not in the organization by then, and he will see me spending much time with General Tema through the WhatsApp status, photos, and she liked posting on Facebook as well as on Facebook.
So in this context, he was asking for the number because she's your friend.
That's correct.
All right.
Not really a friend. She's
Acquaintance.
yeah, she's older than me, but yeah, we do see each other as time permits.
An acquaintance.
Yeah, proper English acquaintance.
And then let's move to, oh, my apologies. Did you ask at that point why he required the number of General Tema?
No, I did not, because I know that previously they were in contact, and because he lost most of his contacts, I just forwarded him the number.
Thank you, Brigadier. And then if we could turn to, there's a series of calls that then follow since then, so we're not going to go through those calls. But if you turn to page 9, and Commissioners, just to make sure that you have regard to a statement in particular, paragraph 45. Brigadier, you'll see there on the 10th of January 2025 at 10:46. Perhaps maybe the best place to start is that there's a call that you make to Mr. Matlala at 9:31 on that day. Thereafter, Mr. Matlala responds at 10:46 with morning. Please send me account number, not yours please. Sorry, was busy with Paulfin. They only paid 30% of the invoice. You see that?
That's correct, I see it.
And then you respond at 11:25 by saying, good morning, morning, Mr. V. And you provide then a account number of Osizweni Meat Hyper.
That's correct.
Let me just... And then you, at 16:03, I just want to cover the text for this day. You respond and say, did you do it? I need to pay and send proof of payment today.
That's correct.
And then this is followed by 2 calls on this day, right? So that's just the 10th. I'll stop there for now. Now, you start there, Mr. Matlala at that point at 10:46 requests for you to send an account number that is not yours. And this was to send you money. This was to send you money.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is confirmed by what you say at paragraph 45 of your statement.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And please explain why did he want you to use an account number that was not yours?
Yes, I did ask him why he wants an account number that is not mine, because I knew that Mr. Matlala have my account, my bank account details. Then he said to me, no, you see, I don't want the wife to find out that I'm giving you money, gifts, and whatever. And furthermore, he says, now that he has a contract in SAPS, it will end up looking like gratification.
Okay, and when he then says this to you, what is your response?
I understood the reasons that he provided me.
And did you think these reasons were sound to engage in this sort of transaction?
Yes.
That it would be okay? Did you think it would be okay?
As my boyfriend, I didn't see anything wrong with it.
Brigadier, when did you ask him for the reasons before you gave him the bank account details of Esizweni?
No, I gave him, but we previously spoke about it. And I could understand the reasons why he wanted a different account number than mine.
When you say previously, what do you mean? We have a WhatsApp message where for the first time, he's asking you to give him an account number, which is not yours, please. That's what he does at 10:46. And then at 11:25, you send him this details of this bank account that he's asking for. Now, clearly, if you had a call in between, it would show here on this trail, because that's the order of these WhatsApp message of what we have in front of us. Now we know from this that there was no telephone call between you and him after he requested and when you gave him this. Hence my question: when would you have had that discussion before he asked you to give him a bank account other than yours?
That will be before he asked for the account number during our calls or during our visits, whereby he was showing me or he was saying to me, I will no longer transfer money into your direct bank account because of the following reasons.
So if you had that discussion, why would he say to you at 10:46, not yours, please? Because you've already discussed it. You've already agreed, he's told you in advance, you have understood the reason. Why would he at 10:46 say to you, not yours, please, if you knew and understood that you are not to give him your account number?
I don't know, Commissioner, maybe it's a reminder. He's reminding me not to give him my account number.
No, let me suggest to you that it's not true that you had discussed it before he sent you this message. It's not true. You hadn't discussed it at all. If you had discussed it, he wouldn't tell you. He wouldn't need to tell you, don't send me yours. And the reason he's doing that, it is because you don't know not to send him yours. So what you're saying there now is it's not true.
I don't agree, Commissioner. We had a discussion before regarding this matter. Even when I was sending him the statement of the judgment, we also had this discussion.
Okay, no, but the record doesn't bear that out. Unless you have a recording, the record that we have here and my interpretation of it is it doesn't bear that out. What it tells me is that at 10:46 he asks you for a bank account which is not yours. There is no discussion between you, according to the record that is in front of us. There's no discussion between you, the two of you, and then you give him an account number which is not yours. So there was no discussion, at least on the face of this. Thank you, Ms. Boy.
Brigadier, then let's turn to the reasons that you say Mr. Madlanga gave you. The first reason is that he didn't want his wife to find out about your relationship, gifts and monies, because she knows me only as a friend. That is paragraph 45.1. If you can then turn to, it's the annexures section of the file, so tab 3, the last tab at page 92. You noted earlier in your answer that Mr. Madlanga used to send you money directly to your account. Do you see those transactions there, and can you confirm if that is your account?
That's correct. I can confirm.
And you see over that period, Mr. Madlanga was sending you money directly to your account.
That's correct.
Would that not have triggered his wife?
No, I think by then he has not met the other one, the latest one. With the previous one, yeah, he could send money directly into my account.
So your understanding is with the previous wife, he could send, there was no problem.
Yes.
This issue only arose with the
With the current one.
The current one.
That's correct.
And by the current one, you mean?
The current one that he's serving now.
Ms. Boy, can I just understand, you say what does page 31 represent?
My apologies.
The top part represent into into Brigadier Macheng's account
92.
at 92. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so in that account, the brigadier is confirmed to be hers. Okay, so this concern only arose with the latest wife, the current
Yes,
wife, sorry.
that's correct.
My phrasing. And then the second reason that he provides is that he doesn't want SAPS to know and to jeopardize your career.
That's correct.
Okay. And so you then agreed, no, actually you do agree to use this separate account.
That's correct.
The account that you provided, if you go to page 91, those, you confirm that that was the account that you provided at the top?
I confirm.
And just to orientate everyone, the top part is the transactions from one of Mr. Matlala's account to the account number that was provided by Brigadier Majeng. And the bottom one is the contra account, being the account of Osizweni Meat Market.
And the first one, the Luxo Africa, there is, that's the company, Mr. Matlala's company.
Yes.
And I think it's the same company, the bearer or owner of the card that was referred to during the testimony of...
Witness F.
Yes, all right, thank you.
Yes, it's the very same account.
Ms. Bowe, the heading, the first heading, it says into Brigadier Majeng's bank account, and you've got an account number. And then the second one, it's Osizweni's bank account, and it's the same number. Is there not an error somewhere? The first heading?
Yes, it was represented as Brigadier Majeng's bank account number, but it really should be the account number
Osizweni.
given by, which is
The account of
Osizweni.
Osizweni.
Yes, the account that was used to pay into that account would be the one that's in the table itself.
Yes, I understand
Yeah.
that part. Yes, thank you.
And then Brigadier, is that then the amount of money that was then sent to you through that account?
Is the amount that was sent by Mr. Matlala through this account, but unfortunately, I never benefited from this money because Mr. Matlala was owing Osizweni Meat Hyper the money. On the first one, the lady just totally refused to give me the money. She said she can't give me the money if Mr. Matlala is owing her.
Maybe before we get into that, if you go to 445.3, you say there that you used that account because of your friend who owns a butchery.
That's correct?
So did you have an understanding with her before the money came in that you would be using her account for this
Yes,
purpose?
we had.
And at the point that the money was paid, she then refused to give you the money on account of Mr. Matlala's death?
That's correct.
Okay, then maybe to understand that, let's go back into the chats. In particular, if you look at the correspondence, let's start at page 9 at 1603 on the 10th of Jan.
Are you going to be coming back to the bank statements, Ms. Bowen?
Yes.
At
It-
91, at 91?
Yes, it was just to deal with the claim that she never benefited, and rather
Oh,
that,
all right,
yeah,
okay. Oh, you are dealing with that?
yes,
Oh, all right, thank you, thank you.
at page 9. My apologies. If you look at 1603, you say, did you do it? I need to pay and send proof of payment today. Over the page, at page 10, at 10:51, so this is the following day, 11 Jan 2025, you say, I spoke to Mudieri and she didn't receive it. Given my desperate situation, I thought you will gladly assist me. I guess once more, I don't deserve to be assisted by you. It's okay. He responds at 10:53, what you mean, Diva? And 10:53, he says, they made payment in front of me. I don't know why you saying such things. That money is going to reflect it, so we can please be patient. And then there's a call, and then on the following day, on the 12th of Jan at 18:10, he says, please ask your friend to check the balance. I just got notification that the transaction went through. And you respond at 18:15, yes, got it, thank you very much, and apologies. So from this exchange, it doesn't seem that you didn't get the money as intended.
No, the money went into the bank account of Osizweni Butcher. And the owner confirmed that she did receive the money, or the money is in her account.
So are you suggesting that when you say to him, yes, got it, thank you very much, you meant you had just confirmed with your friend that the money is in her account?
That's correct.
And then, did you then say to him at any point that this money didn't get to me?
Yes, I did.
And this wasn't, I guess, in any of, it's not in the text?
Yeah,
of
it's
these-
not on the text, but I did say to him that Mudieri has been complaining that you are owing her a lot of money and she's not going to give me that money.
Okay, and if you look at the text that you write to him just before that, I guess you say, I spoke to Muteri, you see that text on page 10.
Yes, I see it.
It seems as if you would have spoken to Muteri and who confirms that the money hasn't been received, but it seems like, it doesn't seem like Muteri would be a hurdle.
It could be, sorry.
From the way the text is written, it
Yes.
seems that you spoke to Muteri, who then responded to you and said the money hasn't been received yet, right?
That's correct.
And from that, it doesn't seem like Muteri was a hurdle. It seems like Muteri was somebody who was going to give you the money. I guess, at what point does then Muteri become the person who doesn't give you the money?
That's correct, because for me, I saw it that maybe she was playing me so that the money can be paid in order for her to keep the money so that the debt can be paid through that money.
All right, I want to...
No, Brigadier. Page 10, the bottom email, you say, yes, got it. Thank you very much, and apologies. And you have an emoji of hands that ordinarily I used to say thank you. At this point, Mudieki has told you the money has come in. And if she had told you you're not getting the money, you would have said it here, and you would not have apologized because you don't have the money.
No, I said, yes, got it, she got it. Thank you very much, and apologies.
No, you didn't say yes, she got it. You said yes, got it.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
so
a
you
typo.
got the money. Let me finish. You got the money, 1. 2, you thank Mr. Madlala for the money. 3, you apologize for the tantrum that you threw earlier on about this. All of that is inconsistent with Mudiehi having just said to you, yes, I've got the money, but I'm keeping it. Or even just saying, I've got the money. It's inconsistent, whatever explanation you seek to give us now. These documents, this WhatsApp exchanges, is inconsistent with your explanation.
She confirmed that she got the money, Commissioner, and I thanked Mr. Matlala for transferring the money. But when I went to her so that she can transfer the money, she just totally refused.
And did you go back to Mr. Matlala to say, I'm still in trouble financially? Give me that 300,000 rands that you gave me, because you still have these people that are chasing you.
Yes, I did.
Did he give you?
No, he didn't.
Okay. Let me tell you what it suggests. Let me suggest to you what this is. In fact, it's not even a suggestion. Your WhatsApp message doesn't say, yes, she got it. you are now inserting she in a WhatsApp message where you are saying you've got it. You say, got it. You're not saying, Mudiekhi got it. You say, yes, got it. Any reader of this WhatsApp message, except you, will understand it to mean you have the money. That's what you are telling him, that I now have the money. And any reader will understand this WhatsApp message to say you are thanking him very much because you have the money. You are no longer under the pressure that you were earlier on in the early WhatsApp messages. And any reader will say, you are apologizing because now you have the money. You were pressuring him, now you have the money. Your explanation just doesn't accord with this WhatsApp message, and it cannot be true.
Can I respond?
Yes, you can if you want to.
Okay, Commissioner, if you look at the message above this one, he's saying, please ask your friend to check her balance. That's him. He says, please ask your friend to check the balance. Then my response says, yes, got it.
Yes.
I'm responding to the question or to the request of check your friend if he got she must check her balance. I'm responding to ask your friend.
Yeah. Well, you've had my view about it. I read your text word for word the way it is. It doesn't say, yes, she's got it. It says, yes, got it, thank you, and I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Bob.
Brigadier, staying in this line of questioning, if you go to, and I don't mean to deal with all three transactions now, but I fear we have to. If you go to page 24.
24.
Oh, sorry, my apologies of the chats.
Advocate
Page.
Of the chats.
Page
24.
Thank you.
just to make sure that we don't steal your thunder, I want to ask questions about this conversation with Mudiekhi. But if you are going to ask about it, I would rather leave it to you.
Commissioner Kumalo, what I wanted to show was the implausibility of Brigadier's response to the line of questioning that Commissioner Baloyi just engaged in. Just one tiny simple point. If you have regard to page 24, correct, which is a proof of payment of 100,000 sent to the account that you provided to Mr. Matlala. And Mr. Matlala provides you with this proof of payment on the 4th of February at 13:10. If it was correct that after Mudiekhi refused to give you the first 100,000 that was sent or received on the 12th of Jan, by this stage, Mr. Matlala would know that you don't get the money when he sends it through this Osizweni meat market. Why would he send the next 100,000 through that same account and send you the proof of payment?
He sent it to Osizweni Butcher to pay his debt. And even on the third one, he was paying the money that he's owing Mudiekhi. But he will send a proof of payment for me so that I can inform Mudiekhi that the money has been paid into his account.
Brigadier, if you look at the message that follows, just after the proof of payment is sent, and Mr. Matlala then says, I will calm you, still fighting with Udire and the lawyers. I don't understand your answer when you say he's sending you the proof of payment so that you can communicate that to Mudiekhi, yet he's clearly saying here that he's calming you.
I think he wanted to say, I will call you, still fighting with Udire and the lawyers.
Why is Mr. Matlala sending you this proof of payment as opposed to sending it to Mudiegi?
I don't know.
You
I don't know.
cannot-
Maybe it's because
You cannot not know. They have a business relationship, according to you, in terms of which Mr. Matlala buys meat that runs into hundreds of thousands. You said, what, 300,000 and something?
yes, that's correct.
So
Commissioner?
they have a direct relationship. Why should you be the conduit when it comes to Mr. Matlala proving that he has made payments? Doesn't make sense at all. Why must you suddenly be the conduit? They have an existing business relationship.
They had an-
Mr. Matlala buys the meat there directly without your involvement. Is it so that that's without your involvement?
That's correct.
So why now, when he pays his debts, does he have to give the proof of payment to you for you to forward to Osizweni? Doesn't make sense, Brigadier. Think of something better than that.
In most of the time, when I will have queried him to pay his debts, he will pay them and send me a proof of payment to say, I've honored my debts.
I will tell you why you are saying this. Commissioner Baloyi engaged you on you saying you got it, thank you very much, and then the thank you emojis as well. And you said you actually did not get the money. Now you foresee, having gone through the bank's statements, you foresee that you are going to be questioned by the evidence leaders and possibly the commissioners as well on why there would have been a payment in January of 2025, there would have been a payment in April of 2025, there would have been another payment in March of 2025, all of which are 100,000 rand each. So you foresee that it does not make sense for Mr. Matlala to continue paying into this account when you actually do not receive the payments, and you come up with this story that he owed money to Osizweni. That is what is happening here, and we see through it, Brigadier. We see right through it. Your comment?
It's not a story, Commissioner. Indeed, he owed Osizweni Butcher the money.
And why do you suddenly become an agent in all of that when they have been dealing with each other without your involvement? Why do you suddenly become an agent?
I was not an agent, and I think the Osizweni Butcher, the lady, she was not the only person that I assisted to get Mr. Matlala to pay them.
And
Even where he's...
why was that your business? You should have actually been mad with Osizweni that they took away 100,000 rand that you would have used to pay in respect of your car that got burnt down. You would have been mad with Osizweni. Why it should have been your business to see to it that they are paid escapes me.
I think I have a way of talking to him so that he can honor.
But why was it your business to do that?
I felt sorry for the lady because she has a good heart. Mr. Matlala is owing her, and he's been owing her for quite a number of years.
You have said that the 100,000 rand was paid so that you could make a payment in respect of your car that was burnt down, and because now you were being chased by attorneys, and you said this was by no means a gratification in the sense of corruption/bribery. I will suggest to you that a plausible explanation for these payments, 300,000 rand on what we see, was actually what you say they were not. That is, the payments were not. Is that not the plausible explanation? Because otherwise, what you say does not make sense. In particular, why do you become a conduit for Osizweni when Mr. Matlala was dealing directly with that business? So the plausible explanation for me was that this was actually a gratification, or at least to soften it. Indications are that it was a gratification. And you would then assist him in whatever way you could in respect of the contract. What's your comment?
Commissioners, I don't disagree that the money was meant for me. And I don't disagree that I'm the one who requested the money. But at the end of the day...
when you say the money, I refer to 300,000 rand. So when you say the money was intended for you, you are referring to the 300,000 rand?
No, I'm referring to the 100,000.
Okay, continue about the plausibility of what I'm positing to you. Please comment on that.
The 100,000, even though it was meant for me, at the end of the day, I never received that money due to the debt that Matlala had with Osizweni Butcher.
And then for the remaining part of the debt, you suddenly become the conduit for the payment of that debt.
I think it was only the next one.
Just the one.
Yeah.
Just the one Ms. Powe referred you to.
Yes.
I will leave it because I've already asked you questions around why you suddenly became a conduit in that regard.
Can I, just to make sure, Brigadier, that I understand your evidence, are you admitting that you received the second 100,000 that was paid in February and you received the March one? Or are you saying Mudiekhe took all of this money?
All three of them I never received.
Okay. And so the January one, because you asked Mr. Matlala the first time, at least that we can see, not ask actually. He says to you on the 12th of January, please ask your friend to check a balance. I just got notification that the transaction went through. That's Mr. Matlala to you at 1810. And then at 18:15 on the 12th of January, you say, yes, got it, thank you very much, and apologies. You say you never received that 100,000 rands. Because on this schedule on page 91, there's a transaction from Mr. Matlala to Osizweni between the 12th and the 13th of January. So we know it has to do with that WhatsApp message that I just read now, right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And you say you never received that 100,000 rands?
I never received it.
And you told Mr. Matlala?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that Mudiekhe has kept the money?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you have him pay the next amount in February? You've told us in your statement that he owed her 338. You've made a point of correcting so that, and it fits in perfectly with these payments. You made a point of correcting that it's 338,000, not 38,000. Now, if Mudiekhe kept, so you knew how much he owed her, 338. If Mudiekhe keeps the first 100, why would you have Mr. Matlala pay into the same account the second 100?
Because I wanted her to pay his debt
No, no,
He
no.
was owing quite a lot of people, and in most of the instances, I will intervene.
No, this is money meant for you, which you never got. So what do you mean you wanted him to pay his debts? This is your money. It's coming to you. It's supposed to come to you in February. It's not Mudiechi's money. It's not Mr. Matlala settling a debt, at least not to other people, maybe to you. But we know that this is money meant for you in February.
That's
But Mudiechi has already kept your January money. Why would you still have Mr. Matlala pay into Mudiechi's account when you know that he owes her and Mudiechi keeps the money? Why would you do that? It's not normal human conduct that when they've kept your money, you say, oh, to Mr. Matlala, pay again into that same account, where I know and I expect you will do exactly the same thing.
I never said to him he must pay again to that account, and I never requested the February and the March money. He paid it into that account, knowing very well that he's owing Osizweni.
Yes, I'm sorry, can you just make it make sense, please? You see, so you say the money at page 91 was meant for you, right? All of it, those 100,000 rands.
No, the first one, only the first one.
I thought you accepted that even the February was meant for you.
No, it was not for me.
And the third one?
It was not for me.
Okay. So you know that he was paying Mudiechi. You knew that. It wasn't your money. He wasn't helping you.
I knew that he was paying his debt to Osizweni Butcher, but the first money
Yes.
is the one that was meant for me.
So the second and third were not meant for you.
They were not meant for me.
Okay. And so at page 24, where he sends you proof of payment for February, you say why he sent you that proof of payment?
He sent me a proof of payment to show that he's paying his debt from Mudiechi.
Okay. Why did he need to show you that he's paying Mudiechi?
Because most of the time I will urge him to pay the people that he's owing. I will urge him to pay the service providers. I will also urge him to pay the doctors. And he will call me back to say, I have paid so and so, or either send me a proof of payment to say we already did as a company.
Well, Brigadier, maybe let me, in fairness to you, say to you that I do not believe you for what it matters. I think you're not being honest with us about this payments and this Mudiechi issues. These are monies that were meant for you. These are monies that you received. And when Mr. Matlala sends you proof of payment on page 24, it is to confirm to you that I have paid. The money is in that account. When you say, got it, thank you, apologies, it's all money meant for you. What you're telling us now and trying to explain away these payments as money is owed to Mudiechi, that's not true. In fact, it is false. I want to put that to you. You can comment if you want to.
No, I'm not going to comment, Commissioner.
Advocate Paul, let me deal with my questions now because they follow from what has been asked. Brigadier, you were good friends with Mudiechi, correct?
That's correct.
And before you gave Mr. Matlala this account number, you must have told Mudiechi that you are in a desperate situation and you desperately need money, correct?
That's correct.
So she was aware of your desperate situation.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And a good friend that she is would have understood that you need this money.
Sometimes they say money can come between friends.
Yeah. And the fact that you kept inquiring means you were desperate. You wouldn't even wait for Monday because Mr. Matlala even says to you, wait, it's a weekend, be patient. That's how desperate you were. Correct?
Not that desperate, because already I was paying that money on a monthly basis from my salary.
Yes.
But now, the frustration that I had with him is that here we are, once again, he promised me money, he's not delivering. And it was not the first time that it happens that he will promise me something and he doesn't deliver. And we will stop talking to each other.
This is what I find difficult to believe, that a friend of yours, knowing that you are desperate for this money because you want to settle a judgment debt, would take advantage of you and use the money for her own benefit and not care that you desperately needed this money. I find that hard to believe.
From my side, I understood her situation, because if you are owed money for a long period, now the person that is owing you, he's paying the money which is meant for another person. I will also keep the money,
Now,
despite my friend's situation.
did you continue to become good friends with Mudiekhi after this incident?
No, we didn't.
The friendship ended.
It did not end, but it was no longer a nice friendship.
Now, if what you are saying about the first payment is correct, the normal reaction as chair put to you would have been to tell Mr. Matlala, I don't care about Mudiekhi anymore. Don't even pay her what you owe her. She's a bad person. That's the normal reaction, that she's a thief. She stole my money. She's not a loyal friend. She knew about my desperate situation. She took advantage of it. Whatever you owe her, don't pay her anymore. Let her sue you for it, but I don't care about her anymore. That would have been the normal reaction.
It will be unfair of me to react in that manner, knowing Mudiekhi's situation very well. And again, knowing how Mr. Matlala is always assisting people when they have funerals, he will go there or he will send people to go and collect the funeral packs from Mudiekhi. So if I say don't pay money anymore, then the people of the community will not be assisted.
Last question. If we were to call Mudiekhi to this commission and ask her about these payments, and if she confirms that you did get the payments, what should this commission do with your evidence on this point and the rest of your evidence? Remember, I qualified it with if. If we call Mudiekhi to come and give evidence and she confirms that you got these payments, what should this commission do with your evidence on this point and on all the other issues?
I guess I must be charged because I lied under oath.
I'm glad you understand that.
Can I just check this with you? You say to Commissioner Khumalo that the relationship with Mudiekhi has ended because the money has come between you two, right?
It's not ended. We are
It's no longer
in-
good.
yeah.
Yes, it's no longer good. So, before, when you gave Mr. Matlala Mudiekhi's number, or Sizweni Butchery's bank account details, you had a good relationship at that point.
That's correct,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Then he pays the 100,000 rands that is meant for you.
That's correct, Commissioner.
You don't get it.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And your relationship continues to be good.
Not good.
Sorry, say that?
Not good.
Okay. So if at that point she's taken your money and the relationship is not good, how do you go to Mr. Matlala and say, pay Mudiekhi her money that you owe her? When your relationship is no longer good, she's kept your money. You now go to him and say, you know what, pay her, you owe her. How do you do that, and why should we believe that happened?
I never went to him and say, pay Mudiekhi the money that you owe her after she kept my money. I just indicated to him that you are owing Mudiekhi a lot of money and she doesn't want to give me that money. Please make sure that you pay her the money. And like I'm saying, Commissioner, I have intervened in a lot of people that Mr. Matlala
No,
was
don't tell
owing.
me, no, please don't tell me about other people. I'm interested in the story that you have told us. Remember, you've already told us something, so I'm really interested in just that story. And I'm interested in it because it does not make sense that your friend keeps your money. Remember, you are desperate. You are very desperate. And that's why you are harassing. Harassing is my word. I'm not meaning it in a negative way. But you apologize eventually because you appreciate that your conduct towards him about this money was quite forceful. So you're desperate for this money because you're running, these guys are chasing you. Your friend gives you a bank account for you to receive payment. She keeps the money. Your friendship, as one would expect, your friendship, if someone has kept my money, I would react like you immediately. My friendship with them gets affected immediately. What I don't understand is after that, how are you still the same person who's still desperate? Because you haven't told us that you got the money elsewhere, right? She took your 100,000 rands. You haven't told us, well, I went and got it somewhere. What you actually have told us is Mr. Matlala didn't replace that money that Mudiegi keeps. But you're the same person that says to him, you owe Mudiegi, pay her. That's not consistent with human conduct of a person who's desperate for money and who's been betrayed by a friend who's keeping her money, notwithstanding her desperation, and then you go and you feel sorry for her because she's desperate. It just doesn't make sense, that, and it's improbable that things happened the way you describe them. It's just improbable. Do you want to comment?
I don't know how to comment further than what I have commented, Commissioner, but that's the sequence, that's the way it happened.
A different question arising from your earlier discussion with the chairperson. In page 92, you've got that list of payments to you starting in 2019 to 2021, and you say you accept that they indicate that they come from Mr. Matlala's different companies, Falcon Cat, Medicare 24, Black AK, and another one from him personally, it indicates, or at least it says, Vusimuzi Matlala, you've confirmed you received those payments. Now, in the period between 2019 June, which is what this schedule is, to September 2021, you have received from Mr. Matlala a total of 113,500 rands. That's what you've received. And they're broken down into small amounts, 10,000, 3,000, 10,000, 10, 10, 10, 15, 5, 20, 10, and then 10. How do you explain the sudden escalation? I mean, he used to give you small numbers. And I'm asking this because the chair earlier suggested to you that the huge amounts that you now receive, the 100 that you are now being paid, suggests that there may well have been a part of it, if not all of it, being gratification. Now, if you look at that huge amounts, the hundreds that you're receiving vis-a-vis what you were receiving in 2019, all of to 2021, all of which totals to just over 100,000 rand over a longer period than what you get in January, February, March. It does suggest that what you now receive after the Medicare contract may well be or include gratification for your role in managing this contract, the facilitation that you are making, the role that we see you playing now, the active role you are playing in this contract. That's what it looks like.
I do not agree, Commissioner. Maybe by then his financial status was a little bit low, hence he could give the 10,000 rand and the 20,000 rand. And now, his financial state has changed.
He's become richer now. That's why he's giving you so much money. That's what it is, right? That's what you want to say.
His financial status has changed for the better, and knowing my current situation, that by then I was struggling to buy a vehicle, we were pushing so that he can buy me a car.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I see that it's 4 minutes past, but can I ask one more question so that when we return, I can move to the next chat?
It relates to this subject.
Yes.
All right. Please go ahead.
Brigadier, just one small thing. If you look at after the message where you say, yes, got it, thank you very much, and
Which
apologies, on page 10 of the chat. In particular, if you look at the days that follow, right? So the next chat, or rather, there's a call that happens on the 16th. There's a series of calls thereafter, more calls on the 17th. And then on the 17th at 10:15, you text Mr. Matlala, morning Mr. V. And from your interaction with Chair earlier, this is your way of calling him affectionately. Now, if you then consider that from the 11th, you were desperately asking for assistance, he says, calm down. On the 12th, you're checking again. You say, thank you, got it, apologies. And then you don't get the money. So you're still in that desperate situation. And I use desperate because that's the wording you use in that text at 10:51. You're still in the desperate situation, yet if you look at the days that follow, there's nothing that says you communicated with him your desperation, or is it that you gave up then asking?
By this time, he promised me that once he's settled, then he'll see what he can do.
So your
But
evidence is
remember,
after he settles the entire 300,000 for
not
Osizweni?
yet. No, it's not yet. This is still in January.
Yes.
The other monies came in February as well as in March.
No, I'm saying to you that here you display that you're in a desperate situation. You say, thank you, you got it, but you didn't get it. But there's nothing in the days that follow that displays that sense of desperation continued because you didn't get the money. And in fact, the next text that you send on the 17th, you back to the affectionate morning, Mr. V.
Yes, because I understood that it was not his fault that money did not come through to me. He did what he was supposed to do from his side.
And
Can I just add something to that, to Ms. Bowe? You see, your last text of the 12th January, it's where you say, got it, thank you. And I think that's what Ms. Bowe is seeking your comment on, is on these records, your next communication with Mr. Matlala is the 16th of January. So 12, 13, 14, 15. In fact, the 16th is at 1:45. So the 13th, the 12th, after you said got it, at 18:15. After that, you don't call Mr. Matlala to say Mudiekhi is refusing to give me the money. You don't call. And the next call between the two of you is on the 16th of January. So after Mudiekhi told you I'm keeping the money, you say nothing to Mr. Matlala, at least according to these records. So even your earlier answer that you did tell him, certainly not on the 12th, not on the 13th, not on the 14th, and not on the 15th, which is really strange and curious for someone who from the 9th was calling intermittently, sending messages, many per day, as you know. You were doing that, saying, where's the money, where's the money? Send me proof that you have paid it. You did that, and we have all of that on page 9 and page 10. And then you stop at, yes, got it, thank you very much. You stop, and the next time you engage with him is the 16th. That's inconsistent with your conduct earlier about your desperate situation and someone who didn't get the money that was paid into Osizweni's account, which they desperately need. It's truly inconsistent. It cannot be true, what you're telling us.
Commissioners must just take note that in between the calls, there will also be visits. It's not only that we were restricted to the calls and the WhatsApp messages. There will be visits whereby he will come and talk to me. And after the money, I did not go directly after it was transferred to Mudiehi to request the money or to discuss how he will give me the money. Hence, maybe after that, there are no calls, I'm not saying anything to him. But in between this chat, we will see each other maybe twice in a week, 3 times in a week.
Are you now saying to us that you told him during a visit that we know you didn't tell him on the phone because there was no telephone calls between you? We know, no. Let me finish my question. We know you didn't do a call, you didn't tell him on the phone on the 12th, and the next time you talk to him is on the 16th. We know you didn't WhatsApp him in that period. Are you now telling us that you told him during a visit, and it has to be because it's not on your recorded calls and WhatsApp messages? It can be, it might be. If it's not recorded here, as I've pointed out, there's no record of calls, there's no record of WhatsApp messages. You could only have told him on a visit.
I'm not sure which word should I be using because I said it might be, and you say I must not use it might be.
Yes, and might be means you're uncertain.
Yeah.
And I'm saying to you, you can do better than that. If it's not on a call, which we've agreed there are no calls. After you said, thank you, got it. There are no calls until the 16th. We've agreed there are no WhatsApp messages. And I'm saying, and you say, well, there were visits in between. And I say, well, then you could only have told him during one of your visits. The answer is obvious. It's an obvious, of course, it would have been one
During
of
the
the visits.
visits.
Otherwise, it didn't happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Brigadier, just the last question. And then after this, you never gave him an alternative account number to send you the money?
No, I never.
Thank you.
Let's adjourn and come back at 14:15.
It's coming up for 2:15, but we are ready to start. So if you don't mind, please switch off your cell phones and let's get going. It's coming up for 2:15, but we are ready to start. So if you don't mind, please switch off your cell phones and let's get going. It's coming up for 2:15.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier,
But we are ready to start, so if you
don't
don't mind, please switch off your cell phones
we can
and
move to page 11
let's get
of
going.
the WhatsApp chats.
It's coming up for 2:15.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier,
But we are ready to start, so if you
uh,
don't mind, please switch off your cell phones
we can move
and
to page 11
let's get
of
going.
the WhatsApp chats. And there on
It's
the
coming up
17th
for
Okay,
2:15.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier,
But-
you sent a message to Mr. Matlala confirming the meeting.
Again, Ms. Poe, if you may, please speak up.
Is that better?
Yes, yes, yes.
My apologies. You sent a message to Mr. Matlala at 10:15, confirming a meeting that was going to take place that afternoon. And in response, he said, "Okay, I'll see you at 1400. Sorry, was in a meeting." You then ask Medicare or CAT VIP officers, and his response is Medicare. Just to ask a clarity question, earlier in your testimony, in response to a question from Commissioner Kumalo, you indicated that some of the meetings were held at CAT VIP offices. Why was that?
I indicated that before they had an office in Main Lane, it's either the meetings will be held at CAT VIP because it was around Pretoria, or otherwise it will be in Boxback, Medicare, I think it's Medicare Clinic.
Is there a reason why it wasn't then held in Boksburg, and rather that it was held at CAT VIP offices?
I think Mr. Matlala was trying to accommodate us because we are based in Pretoria and the CAT VIP offices were around Pretoria in Main Lane. But later they had offices, Medicare offices in Main Lane. So in this instance, when he says Medicare, it was now their new offices in Main Lane.
If it was a reference to their new offices in mainland, what necessitated the question?
Because the last meeting, he indicated that it must be at CAT VIP offices. So now I wanted confirmation whether we're still going back to CAT VIP offices or it will be at Medicare offices.
All right. Thank you, Brigadier.
Are you moving on, Ms. Poe? And why did you not meet? This is, you were attending these as a subs officer, were you not? The meetings.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Why did you not meet at subs offices in Pretoria? Why did you have to go to Mr. Matlala's offices?
Sure, we never thought, I think maybe, I don't know, either at subs offices or it will be at Medicare. And I was informed that even with the previous service provider, they will go to their offices where they are, instead of them coming to subs premises.
All right, thanks, Ms. Bowen.
Thank you, Brigadier. But in that instance, would it have been the metropolitan offices? In this instance, it would be CAT VIP as opposed to Medicare.
That's correct.
I think the point of contention is not that you went to a service provider, is that you went to a business unrelated to the contract? For the
You mean for
meeting?
CAT VIP?
Yes.
I mean, if it's a boardroom and we want to have a meeting and all the relevant stakeholders were there, I don't see what difference does it make for the location of the meeting.
Thank you, Brigadier. If,
Something in relation to the 2025 meetings. Were you aware that Mr. Matlala resigned as a director of Medicare 24 at the end of 2024? So at the beginning of 2025, he was no longer a director.
We were not aware, but we heard about it afterwards, that he resigned as, I don't
As
know.
a director.
As a director of
Yes.
Medicare, but he was still part of Medicare.
But why were you still dealing with him if he was no longer a director and he was just a shareholder?
I'm not sure if it's my ears. I can't hear you properly, Commissioner. My apologies.
So you say you heard that he resigned as a director in 2024 December or thereabout. We are talking here about a meeting in January 2025 on the 17th. And my question is, why are you still dealing with Mr. Matlala? Because he's no longer a director of Medicare 2024. Why are you still organizing meetings with him? Meetings between SAPS and Medicare 2024, because he's no longer a director of Medicare 24, Tshwane.
Hence, I say, Commissioner, we heard about it, but it was not in December. It was late towards the end of the contract.
So you were not aware that he was no longer a director?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Did you not see the letterheads when you were getting letters from Medicare 24, Tshwane?
No, nothing.
Or you don't remember?
I don't think on his letterhead, his name will be there as a director. It will just be, I must just confirm, it will just be the logo of Medicare. I'm just trying to check one of the letters.
If you're not sure, you can just say, I'm not sure, so that we don't waste time.
I'm not sure, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Brigadier, you have a relationship with Mr. Matlala, and you have told us that in your discussions and exchanges, you discussed both private and you had your social conversations, but we know also that you were talking about work as well, to do with this contract. How can it be that you don't become aware that he has resigned? Because you say we became aware of it later, as if you don't have proximity to him. Surely, if you're as close as you have indicated to us, you would know that he's resigning, he has resigned. You would know ahead of even the SEPS officials. How could you not have known that?
No, I didn't know, Commissioner, because not every time he will tell me his businesses. He will limit the conversation between me and him.
Yeah, but this is not just his businesses. This is a contract that you are involved with, in that you are managing it. We've seen, and I've said to you, something that you say in your statement suggests that you played a role, some role in the management of this contract. You are communicating with him about this contract in particular. But this is someone that you have a personal relationship with. How would you not know that he's resigning and these are the reasons for resigning, or even if he doesn't tell you the reason, but that he's resigning or he has resigned? You did not need to hear it from the SAPS.
No, I do agree with you. But I was not aware that he resigned as a director of Medicare, but he was still actively involved in the running of the company.
Okay, thank you.
And then Brigadier, on page 12, between at 15:30, still on the 17th, Mr. Matlala sends you a series of documentation, all related to a Buena Vista Learning Academy.
Page 12.
Page 12 of the chat.
Okay.
And the actual attachments can be found in the next tab. So it's MTJ1 to 4. And you'll see there, if you go there on page 1, you'll see there's a notice of registration for this Buena Vista. Then if you go to page 12, it's accreditation as a skills provider. It's a letter confirming that. If you go to page 30, it's another accreditation as a skill provider, a letter confirming that. And then if you go to page 37, there's a provider accreditation notification. Do you see that? So back to the WhatsApp chat. What was the reason for Mr. Matala to send you this documentation?
While we were in a meeting with him, he indicated that he was exploring his businesses, and he will be focusing now, or he will be adding something that has to do with training. And then I draw interest in that because I wanted to enhance my skills and do relevant training for my environment, like your Occupational Health and Safety Act, since I was in a new environment. I then asked him the type of training that they are presenting. He forwarded me all of this document.
Brigadier, just to understand your evidence, while at the meeting,
After the meeting.
or after the meeting?
After the meeting.
Okay. He just randomly informed you that he's branching into, expanding into training, or he has a company in training.
That's correct.
And then your interest was in advancing your own skills.
Yes. Then I say, what training are you presenting? And he says, I'll send you all the documents so that you can see it. And all of this is something that is not related to my environment. It's municipal training, municipality training.
That would have been the next question, because on consideration of the documents and the areas of competence, it doesn't appear that anything in your environment would have been taught at this
correct.
institution.
That's correct.
So now, Mr. Matlala, knowing your environment and assuming that he knows your qualifications and what you're interested in, why would he have sent you this or proffered it as a possibility for you to enhance your skills?
It's me that requested that he send it to me because he did not have knowledge of the training that was presented. I think he also had to ask someone to forward it to him so that he can forward it to me.
Brigadier, maybe for me to understand, he says to you, there's a training center that offers this. You say, send me the details because I want to enhance my skills. Then he sends you the details, but nothing is related to your environment.
Yes.
Okay, and outside of these documents, did you know anything about this entity?
No, nothing.
Brigadier, if you just have regard to the third tab, I'll tell you the page. If you look at two documents that we've added to the bundle, The first being a News 24 article, which is at page 80. And a report that confirms the company registration details at page 151. Have you had regard to those two documents?
A newspaper article, yeah, this is a new document that I saw on Tuesday when you were delivering the document, the file.
Yes, but have you had regard to it? Have you had regard to it?
No, I didn't go through it.
Not a problem. And the other document at page 151?
Okay, page 151.
Yes. In particular, if you go to page 152. In both that article and this document, particularly my apologies, page 153, you will see that this learning academy is registered under Mr. Matlala's wife.
Okay.
In your conversations with him, did he indicate this?
No, he did not.
Brigadier, I want to test this with you. Given that, having regard to the contents of the letters and seeing that nothing's tied to your environment, is it at all possible that a different person viewing this may assume that he was sending this to you, and because of your experience and your role in SAPS, as another business opportunity that perhaps his company or the company of your wife can do some or other business with SAPS?
That's not true because if you look at the content of the learning program, they are all based in the municipality training. And also, I am not in the training department. So there's no way that he will have sent me the document thinking that he will do business with SAPS.
Do you accept that it's equally unlikely that he would send you training material for something that's completely unrelated to your specialization or your interest for that matter, or your current role?
As I have indicated, when he was telling me about the training opportunity, I indicated to him that I want to advance my skills, and I asked him the type of training that they are presenting. And he says he doesn't know it. He then forwarded it to me.
And you would want us to believe that he didn't know the training that his wife's company was doing?
That's correct.
Thank you, Brigadier.
I think, Brigadier, for me, it's a different question, really. It is, if you say to him, you wanted training for yourself, that's why you're interested in this business, which we now know is Buena Vista Learning Academy. You want training for yourself, then I'm confused why he would send you this full batch of documents, because MJ4 is the accreditation notification, right? And then it lists what this organization is accredited for. Buena Vista is accredited what services, teaching services it's supposed to provide. I can see how maybe that is necessary information to someone who says, I want to join this institution. What actually training do they provide? but the preceding ones, MJ 1 up to 3, I don't see why he would have sent you this if it was if it's for your training. I mean, what did you understand? How did you understand that this was? And by the way, if you look at the MJ1, the first one, MJ1, and you go from page 2 to the end of that document, it talks about NQF level trainings, which, and please forgive me if I'm wrong, which seems to be you are already out of that league. He knows that, he knows you, he's close to you, so he knows where professionally and by way of qualifications where you are. That he would send you something like this after you said to him, I want to consider, or I'm considering enhancing my skills. And then he sends you something so random. But also that has nothing to do with you. It's, what did you make of it, if you make anything of it?
No, he just forwarded the document to me as received, and I went through them. And I saw that this has nothing, or is not relevant to my environment or the skills that I want to enhance.
Okay.
Nothing more than that, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Brigadier, if we can then move from this, you'll see at page 13, it's a series of phone calls. And then if you go to page 14, in the middle of the page on the 23rd of January 2025 at 12:03, you send, prior to that, there's 2 calls at 10:22, and at 12:03 you then send a message saying confirmed. Mr. Madlala responds with a thumbs up emoji. Do you recall what this was about?
No, I don't recall.
Thank you, Brigadier. And if you proceed, there's more calls. And at page 15, in particular, let's go to the 28th of Jan 2025. Mr. Madlala sends you what is a picture. Can you explain what that picture depicts?
I don't know, maybe perhaps it's a picture of the outstanding payment or the authorizations that were captured. I am not 100% sure what does the picture depict.
The text below the picture says, I believe tomorrow, since they did send a notification to you and there is a new 4-generation chicks land include. Do you remember or recall what the context of that is and what would be the significance of Mr. Madlala sending that to you?
No, I don't know.
If you look at the text itself, it's clearly related to the picture, the contract itself.
Yeah.
And it may be a list of approvals. I'm not entirely sure. The question remains why? Why would Mr. Madlala send this to you?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to look even At the next conversations,
Perhaps?
Could he not have been telling you, I mean, you have a telephone call with him on the same day at 11:11, and then at 14:24, he sends you a screenshot, and there's stuff like ACB information, and I think approved, checked. I think that ACB has to do with banking. I think I can say that to you. And I see you nodding, you agree. Could it be that you had been discussing with him issues about payment to him? It seems that's the sensible reading of this. Otherwise, you would have called him and say, I don't know what this is. Why are you sending me this?
you know, I think I'm not 100% sure, commissioners. By this time, he was in dispute with one of his contracted service provider that did not want to give him work that was completed. And the service provider wanted him to do a payment before he can give him work. And he was under pressure. So I think maybe he was showing that he will receive payment so that he can pay the service provider.
So he is sending it to you to do what? To update you?
Yes, as I have indicated, I will normally ask him why is he not paying the service providers.
And this would have been as part of your work on, I don't want to use the word management of the contract.
It was affecting my work in a way that if he's not paying the service providers, then the appointment will not be scheduled. We will try to make appointments with the contracted service provider through him, but they will refuse to assist us because they did not receive any payment.
And this wouldn't be the duty of the contract manager?
If there are challenges in my environment that is affecting the facilitation of the appointments, then as a brigadier in that section, I need to intervene.
Thank you, Brigadier. And if you continue, then there's 2 more calls that happen on that day, and then there is a video attachment. If we can just play the video attachment.
And currently now, we're standing at 3.4, and then the 50% for Western Cape is payable because we're beginning to lose trust in the payments which are due to us.
On the one hand, I understand 100%, but the biggest concern is that you might have been for 2 million, and now we're pushing the target to another 1.4 million. And I was open and honest with you to say that we cannot afford it. We need to settle everybody because there's a lot of work coming. But if I don't settle everybody, how do I generate funds in the business? So I think it's a little bit unfair what's happening now. And I think it's, I fully understand your concerns. I grasp it. But I think, if I was in touch, if I was, what's the right word, vindictive to say, I'm not going to pay you, I'm going to allow you, I'm going to come see me. And when I said to you, I'll give you access card, come sit here, you'll see as we operate, money comes in, you can pay. So I mean, we're trying our best, but you guys are making it now a little bit uncomfortable. And I don't want it because I think you guys are amazing service providers. You've gone the call, and all of a sudden it's just be a problem. I mean, we can't change the ball game. That doesn't work.
Yeah, no, Mike, the ball game has completely changed after the negotiations that continued today.
Okay. I think what we must do is, let's have a chat. I need to speak to him because doesn't help. I've done this everything. I need to wait for him to give feedback. Let's stay in chat whenever we chat and we'll manage it from there.
All right, no problem. Yeah, because right now you put me in a difficult position. I have to keep calling exco meetings just to proceed with decision making.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I fully understand. I mean, the family must decide to do that. I fully understand. It's just 3.4. I don't know. I can't see that happening, but it's not my call to make. That's chairman's call to make, but I know the time is still of time.
All right, no problem. Mike, I want you to know that I really want to assist you, especially if you meet your deadline, but that's going to be in your guys' hands.
Okay. Cool. I'll give you a shout back. I'll see you on that line.
Brigadier, do you recall this video and what it was about?
Yeah. Now I remember. It will also go with the screenshot that you asked me about on page 15. This video, it was regarding a meeting or a negotiation which they had with one of the service providers who was refusing to give them work that has been completed. They wanted to receive payment first before they can give them the files. Mr. Madlala is one person that would like sharing document and sharing info.
And here again, the purpose of him sharing this with you was to keep you informed, or was there anything that he expected you to do about this?
No, it was just to keep me informed.
And given that it affects your environment, knowing this, you took no steps internally?
No, it was not in my environment.
No,
It
I
was
meant-
affecting a different environment.
My apologies. Earlier you said that the reason why you are intervening, it would be because it affects your environment. So this one didn't affect your environment?
This one did not affect my environment. It had to do with pre-employment. My environment is medical surveillance. Like I have indicated, there are different streams. You'll have your pre-employment, you'll have your incapacity leave, your short-term capacity leave. So it was in a different environment.
So in essence, Mr. Matlala was sharing with you a problem he was experiencing in a different environment and updating you on something that had nothing to do with you, essentially.
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's a call that happens at 19:10, and thereafter there's another screen, no, it's a picture. Do you recall this picture? And if you do know, what does it depict?
I don't know whether there was payment or it's what he was paid. So far, I don't know how to interpret this picture because I can see there's an amount there. So I'm not sure whether it was a payment which was to be paid to him or whatever that he has been paid since the inception of the contract.
And when you get this picture and you don't understand what it means, did you ask Mr. Matlala what is he trying to convey to you?
The way he likes sharing information, sometimes you don't even ask, why are you sending me this document? What must I do with this document? I just open it and leave it there.
So it's in essence, again, Mr. Matlala would send you random information from the contract, the Medicare contract, which part of it is serviced by your environment, and you wouldn't understand what it's for, you wouldn't ask, and you just leave it at that.
You will see a lot of times when you send me documents or pictures, I'm not even commenting on them.
But equally, there would be calls in between or following those messages. For example, if you look at that document, before that at 9:10, there was a call between you and Mr. Matlala. Thereafter at 9:14, he sends the picture.
19.
Sorry, my
1910
apologies.
and 1940.
My apologies. 1910 and 1914.
I believe it has to do with the same video or concern that he had, that he's not receiving the certificate of fitness from a specific service provider. And sometimes we will discuss our own personal issues.
All right, thank you, Brigadier. If you look at the next message that comes in, it's on the 30th of January 2025 at 11:10. That's at the bottom of page 16, but if you turn the page over, you'll see the contents of it. And there, it's an email correspondence with the subject line, SAPS Recruitment Project 5500, Outstanding Medical Certificates of Fitness. Have you had regard to those screenshots? They continue on, my apologies, at page 18, and it ends at page 19.
This is the same information that will be relating to the picture and the video that was played. This one will be in connection with the outstanding certificate of fitness, which were not submitted by his company.
So this was a non-performance complaint of sorts from SAPS.
That's correct.
And here again is your evidence that you've got this, it wasn't related to you, and it was just an update or random sharing of information.
That's correct.
Why would Mr. Matlala send you this if it has nothing to do with your work environment, and it obviously has nothing to do with your relationship? It doesn't say anything about your relationship. Why does he send you this?
Because he related to me that he was struggling with one of the service providers that did not want to give him the certificate of fitness.
Yes. Why does he tell you that? What are you supposed to do when he tells you that he's struggling with getting certificates of fitness?
Nothing. Just sharing of information, maybe also wanting to talk to someone.
Is he not perhaps sending this to you so that you can speak to your colleagues internally to assist him get payment so that he can pay the service providers? I mean, it's strange that he would send you things that have nothing to do with you and that he doesn't expect you to do anything about.
This has nothing to do with the payment of Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
It's the outstanding certificate of fitness, which he must submit to recruitment.
Yes.
Which he must submit to recruitment. Now he's just showing me that he's struggling with the service provider that he has contracted, because the service provider wanted money before he can give him the certificate of fitness. As shown on the video, they were negotiating with the service provider.
Yes, now I understand the video and how you've explained the video. What I don't understand is SAPS writes to him effectively complaining about performance on the contract. and he shares it with you, and there is no explanation why it's being shared with you. That's why I'm proposing to you that perhaps he sent this because you have had a discussion with him and he's showing you what's happening in your organization, and he's sending this to you so that you can assist him internally with your people.
There's no way that I will assist Mr. Matlala on a stream that I'm not involved in. Unless it was for medical surveillance in my environment, maybe then I will try to assist. But if it's for a different stream, there's no
Yes.
way that I will be able to assist him.
Well, you could assist him by speaking to your colleague in that stream to help him out. You could. There's always that possibility that you could speak to someone in that other stream to try and to understand what's going on, and then to see if you can assist him by using your relationship with someone. You understand what I'm saying, what I'm putting to you?
I do understand, but the only way that he could be assisted was to pay the service provider, then the service provider must give him certificate of fitness so
Yes.
that he can submit it to the recruitment.
Yes.
From my side, there was nothing. Even when I talk, even if I can talk to my colleague, because it was for members that were supposed to go for basic training. Now he must give certificate of fitness to show that those members, those students, they have already been tested. So there was no way that I could assist Mr. Matlala.
Well, you see, he's sharing with you his money troubles. Even that video, it's about a service provider saying we haven't been paid. We do know, maybe let me not say we do know, let me suggest to you that you do have access to people in finance.
No.
It's not your stream, but you do have access because they're your colleagues. They work with you. So when one tries to make sense, and here it's really inferences, because you're getting these videos, you're getting these WhatsApp messages that all speak to his money issues, right? His money troubles with a subcontract. There is no plausible explanation why he would send these things about his financial troubles. There's no plausible explanation that you are offering or from the WhatsApp messages. And so we have to draw inferences. What could he possibly have been intending? And it's not the same as saying you did speak to your finance people. I'm not in any way at that stage, at that point of suggesting it. I'm saying perhaps he sent this because he's hoping and expecting that you would speak to somebody to facilitate payments to him so that he can pay his service providers. No.
No, Commissioner.
Okay. You're telling us that you never did anything
No,
about all of
nothing.
these things that he's sending to you?
Nothing, because with this contract, as much as we have a finance department within our component, our division, this one, it was managed differently. There was a specific office that was dealing with the payment of the service provider, of this specific service provider.
Thank you.
So on that issue, did you play any role in the processing or payment of invoices to Medicare 24?
No. No.
In
What-
the approval? You were going to
Nothing.
explain, but remember, approval is a different process, and then there's the processing and payment. You were about to explain what your role was.
Okay. This is how it works. The ECHO members, in accordance to their database, will identify members that needs to do medical, maybe the following month or on the specific month. Then they will draw a list of those members. They will take it to the relevant managers of those members. Then the managers will sign the application. After signing the application, they will forward it to supply chain management, SHE management, who will create the authorizations. Once they create the authorization, one authorization, let's say it's an authorization of Brigadier Macheng. It will be one paper of an authorization. Now, one authorization will go to the service provider, which is Medicare 24, and the other one will be coming to the ECO member. Then the ECO member will schedule an appointment with the service provider. If they try to schedule appointment with the service provider and the service provider is not coming to party, and it's been weeks since they tried to schedule the appointment, then they will inform me. That's where I will intervene. After,
Let's not focus on the appointments, because appointments are about trainees and members in service. I'm more concerned about invoices.
that's where I'm
Because
going.
you are saying the dispute was between Mr. Matlala's company and another provider or a service provider to him.
Yes,
And that's what they were fighting about.
yes,
Now, if SAPS was delaying Mr. Matlala's payments, obviously he could not pay
That's correct.
his suppliers or his providers.
that's correct, Commissioner.
Now, did you play any role in the payment of Mr. Matlala's invoices or their processing?
Within SAPS,
Proof.
within the organization.
Yes. So say Medicare 24 submitted invoices to SAPS. Would you ever see them or have a look at them or approve them?
They're not even coming to me, those invoices. That's where I was explaining to say, once the authorization has been issued, an appointment has been honored, members conducted their medical surveillance, then you will have something that will be called a certificate of fitness for that specific member. Now, Medicare will take the certificate of fitness together with the authorization and submit it to SHE management in supply chain management, who will certify the payment.
If they delayed the payments, would you intervene?
No, I will not. Because I don't know what certificate of fitness did he submit, because it's not one invoice. I think the payment are based on the certificate of fitness that will have been submitted.
Can you then, so you're saying you didn't become involved at all with invoices?
That's true, Commissioner.
Well, then explain what you said earlier in the day, that sometimes you would deal with him about his invoices, and in some cases he's ended up with lesser amounts in the invoices that you're dealing with. I think it's in your statement. You did speak to your involvement here at paragraph 4
Paragraph 4,
of your statement.
I don't think it was, I was referring to invoices.
No, you said, and correcting him where numbers were not corresponding, which effectively qualified him to invoice lesser. So at least I read it and understood it to mean that you do have something to do with, which ultimately is about invoices. Can you just explain that in the light of your answer to Commissioner Khumalo?
I think this statement was reference to the name list that was on the chat, whereby I sent him a name list of 140 members on the non-arrival. From his side, he had an impression that the non-arrival or the misappointment were 300. Forgetting that he did other follow-ups with the medical surveillance, And I was just sending him a name list to say that, no, you only have 140. It's not 300. So my further statement, it was just to say, whatever information that I was sending him, it did not benefit him as a service provider. It did not benefit him as a service provider, but it disadvantaged him for claiming for more.
Okay. Thank you.
Then, Brigadier, if we just keep to those chats on the 30th, maybe this will shed more light. After the screenshot with the non-performance email, there's two calls that then take place at 11:12 and 11:17. Mr. Matala then calls you back at 12:52, which is then followed by a message at 12:53. Good morning, Tate Matlala. Yes, the doctor completed the files already. COFs to be scanned. What is that in relation to?
It's a message that he forwarded to me, which is relating to the previous conversation, to say that the service provider did not want to give him the COFs before he can make payment.
All right, let's just complete that. Then you call him at 13:49, and if you turn the page over, he then texts you, are we winning, Diva? And this is then followed by two calls at 16:17 and 16:32. Now, considering what you've said about this interaction on the 30th, what was he referencing when he says, are we winning, Diva?
Sure, I'm trying to recall.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
No, I'm saying I'm trying to recall why will he send a message to say, are we winning?
Remember, the context, if one has regard to it, is that on this day in particular, he started by sending you the non-performance letter, so saying to you that your SAPS has sent me this letter, and he, like you said, it was a continuation of his struggles with a service provider or a subcontractor of his, and he's sharing to you all of these complaints. And then at the end of that, having shared to you all of his complaints and that SAPS is not paying, therefore he can't pay a SAPS provider, he says to you, are we winning, Diva?
Maybe before you answer, let me say that Are We Winning, Diva, you were obviously doing something for him. He was expecting you to come back with a response that, yes, I'm winning or not. So whatever your answer is, it must move from a premise of you were doing something for him and he was expecting you to give him a response.
I agree, Commissioner. It might be that maybe he requested me to do something and he was asking me if we are winning, but I can't remember what was it.
Okay, so do you think that that something had something to do with the series of conversations and documents that were shared before? Because it doesn't happen in the vacuum, it happens after this exchange about his issues with SAPS and communicating what issues SAPS has with him. And maybe to tie it all together and refer to the exchange that you had with Commissioner Baloyi about him sending you all of this. Wasn't there an expectation that you'd do something, and could the something be talk to your colleagues?
Talking to my colleagues, I don't agree. I don't remember calling any of my colleagues regarding this matter. But when he says, are we winning, probably there must be something that he requested me to do. Then he's asking if we are winning.
Let me say what it looks like to me. It looks like on the 16th, on page 16 rather, the very last message from him or WhatsApp from him, the 30th of January at 11:10, which is that letter of complaint, that email of complaint from the SEPs about certificates, outstanding certificates of fitness. That's on the 30th at 11:10. And then at 11:12, you have a call with him on the same day. So, remember, the letter from the SAPS, or the email, complaint email from SAPS, is at 11:10. You call him, because it's an incoming call, you call him at 11:12. It looks like your call is prompted by that letter, just looking at the sequence, including the time stamp. You call him again at 11:17. And then it says sent, there's an audio call from him at 12:52. And then at 12:53, he forwards you the message that says, "Good morning, Tate Matlala. Yes, the doctors completed the files already, COFs to be scanned." He forwards this. So you are obviously discussing with Mr. Matlala the COFs that, according to SAPS, were outstanding at the time. So you are discussing that with him. So now we do have an explanation. When you look at the sequence, we do have an explanation of what was going on here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent you, forwarded you that speaks about COFs being sent. And then you call him. So this is at 12:53 that he forwards you that "Good morning, Tate Matlala" message. And then at 13:49, you call him. And then at 16:15, the same day, he says, "Are we winning, Diva?" I didn't skip any communication. That's the complete communication until he asks you, "Are you winning, Diva?" And 2 minutes later, at 16:17, you call him. And at 16:32, you call him. And I'll stop there for now. So what it looks like he sent you this SEPS letter of complaint, not just to share for the sake of it. He sent it to you to alert you there's a problem. This is what SEPS is saying. And then he forwards you that message that tells you, you have that communication with him, and I'm suggesting to you that in the telephone conversation, you must have been discussing this letter, because the next thing that happens is he forwards you the message from somebody, and then Diva, right? He asks you that question. So what it looks like, or what it suggests, is that he sent you were doing something for him about this, right? You accept that? That's what it looks like. Okay.
I agree, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
And then, Brigadier, at the end of that day, there's a series of calls between yourself and Mr. Matlala. Now, if you go to the 31st of Jan 2025 at 10:26, Mr. Matlala sends you the following video.
Ms. Bowe, I'm so sorry. Can I just finish off something that I meant to? So you and I, Brigadier, have agreed that this suggests you were doing something for
That's
him.
correct.
Yeah.
Commissioner.
I just want to confirm finally that this is the same area where you said it's not your component. This is about recruitment, I think you said.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bowe.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
It was first interpretation was in terms of the commitment that the president would have made to the nation. So now I'm going to say to the president, we are not achieving our target of 10,000 because of the electricity management. No, we can't make like that. You made a commitment in my presence that by the 20th of December, you'll give us everything that we want. We are now end of January. we have to receive everything that we want. And there's that possibility that we might not even reach our target, not because of ourselves, but because of you, the health risk manager. So I hope you are going to give us a better feedback when we come to the podium under 1.2, on the 2.2 item. And I don't want to hear anything, Mr. James. I don't know you. I don't want to hear anything. The only thing that I want you to say, your certificates are delivered, have been delivered today. That is the only thing that I want on the table now. Nothing else. No more stories. I want those certificates by today. Otherwise, I have to escalate it. Because now to me, that is beyond me. I can't do anything about it. Next week, the kids must go to the college. The 4th of February, we are late. And who is delaying us? The health risk manager is delaying us. The service provider, whom we are paying. No, we can't make like this. So, General Government, in terms of this item, will say it's clean. You tried to arrange a meeting, one meeting set. You tried to arrange the meeting. The meeting was postponed as a result of the request by the health risk manager. That's why it's going to be kept up, and you can make it clean. We're not going to have it to it again. Let's move to the next item. Item number 8.
Brigadier, do you have, you've had regard to this video, and do you know what it was about?
It's, it's in relation with what we discussed previously regarding the email and the other screenshot, whereby the COFs were outstanding, and I think they were in a meeting with, I think it's General Mkhuwa that is speaking there. So he forwarded me this video. So it's a follow-up of all those documents and videos that he sent me to say I'm in trouble now.
And then he then sent a message saying they even imposed that penalty fee.
Yes, on his payment. He indicated that according to the service level agreement, if he's not delivering on time, then they will impose a penalty fee. Because he was not delivering these COFs, he's just indicating to me they even imposed that penalty fee.
And then what did Mr. Matlala expect of you in this context?
Nothing.
And if it flows from the conversation that you would have had with him the day before, do you still maintain that he didn't want you to do anything about this?
Like I have indicated to the commissioner, there must be something that he asked me to do if we follow the context of the messages, but I can't remember what was it.
Brigadier,
But
it must be that he said to you, please buy me time with General Mkhuwa, because I'm already late with the certificates. They were supposed to be submitted in December. It's already the end of January. Because what else could it be if the conversation is about the late certificates of fitness?
Commissioner, I can't. I don't even have the contacts of General Mkhuwa, nor talk to General Mkhuwa. I don't think so. I think it has to do with a certificate of fitness that he did not receive that was delaying the recruitment in the organization. And the service provider was withholding those certificates of fitness. So I can't remember, or maybe he wanted me to talk to the service provider to give him the COFs.
So your evidence is that he wouldn't, it's much more plausible that he'd ask you to speak to a service provider than asking you to engage your own colleagues.
This one is complicated. It is complicated. But he wanted me to do something. It's either I spoke to the service provider that was holding up the COFs. Because it was also affecting our COFs. There was a medical surveillance which were done in our environment, and we also have not yet received those COFs. So it might be that he wanted me to talk to the service provider regarding the COFs.
No, Brigadier, I think something like that, you would remember it, because this issue about the COFs was a big issue for you, for the,
Yes,
for the
that's correct,
organization. It
Commissioner.
was a big issue, would have been a big issue. And this is in January 25, so just a few months before the cancellation of the contract. So I would expect that you would have a clearer memory of issues surrounding this, Mr. Because you are not distant from this. He's sharing with you. He's talking. The two of you are talking about this problem, and so I would expect that you would have a clearer recollection that yes, I did speak. I ended up speaking to a service provider, and so that, and this is what the kind of conversation we had, or I ended up speaking to a colleague in that component, whichever one it was. I'm not sure I understand why you don't have a clear recollection on something so specific. This is not just asking you what was the telephone call about, that sometimes you may be excused for not remembering it. But there was a big deal about this. It's, as you say, it was affecting you, even your work environment. And if you did do anything about it, I expect that you remember that. It's difficult to understand you don't remember.
That is why, Commissioner, I'm saying I do agree. He expected me to do something. But what comes into my mind is talking to the service provider regarding the COFs. That's what comes into my mind. And as I'm reading, I can see, I'm asking him, did she give you the file? And he's saying she didn't. Now, further follow-up, did you pay her? So maybe it's regarding the COFs which were held up by the service provider. Not maybe, it is.
Brigadier, but you maintain that you can't say for sure. You just think it could have been related. And assuming that you were speaking about the service provider, in what capacity were you then taking on what is essentially his issue with a service provider?
The service provider did not give him the COFs. And I also had outstanding COFs from my environment.
Brigadier, I'm asking in what capacity would you be approaching the service provider? If I understand you correctly, this would be Mr. Matala's company would have subcontracted some other service provider. In that, the service provider doesn't release the COFs on account of non-payment. You say you think the most plausible thing, or what you have in your mind, would have been to approach the service provider. In what capacity?
I think I overstepped there. I was not supposed to approach the service provider.
And whose interests would you be advancing if you approach the service provider?
Both.
Both?
Because I also have outstanding COFs.
So when you say both, what do you mean? Both Mr. Matlala and
the
subs?
organization.
Yes, not you as an individual.
No.
Or maybe 3, not 2.
No, not me.
You really can't quite divorce your interests from his. You are his partner. And let's face it, when you speak to a service provider in this case, it's really to assist Mr. Matlala, right? You didn't do it to assist SEPS. You did it to assist Mr. Matlala because he's stuck, penalties are being applied, So when you approach a service provider, it's to make it possible for him to get those certificates in the training, because you said that's for recruitment, right? So you were making it possible for him to get those certificates of fitness so that he complies with the terms of the contract. Because General Nkua has now said, I will escalate it. That's it. So you are helping him. There's no question about it. But you must also accept that assisting him benefits you as well personally, because you are his partner. He gives you money. He assists you. And I'm not criticizing that he gives you money. It's not my emphasis now. My emphasis is a financial resolution of Mr. Matlala's conundrum now, the fix that he's in with this contract. If that is resolved, the certificates and therefore the finances, the payments to him also benefits you.
You might look at it in that way, Commissioner, but it's also benefiting the organization, because delays in submitting the COF's members will not go to training on the allocated time or the planned time, as well as from my environment. If I do not receive the COF, some members are refusing to go to the lab and work.
Yeah, but that was not a concern here. You have said the COFs, these ones that this stuff that is sending you, those COFs have to do with recruitment. You said it's not your, I think you said component, I don't know what it's called, but you said it's not your area.
Yes.
So it's somebody else's area.
Yeah.
If SAPS benefits, it's incidental. It's not what you were trying to do. You were not solving a problem for SAPS, because that area of recruitment, they have the ability to solve this. Contract management, as you say, contract management, that's their function, to solve this kind of stuff when it happens. Your direct involvement here, when you speak to, if that's what you did, you spoke to a service provider, which you say you realized it was overstepping. It was to benefit him, to solve a problem for him, so that SAP stops giving him a problem. And the proposition I'm making to you, and I don't see why how you would deny it, is that a resolution of his financial difficulties to do with this contract benefits you or his other partner or his wife, anybody, his children, if you like, right? That's a proposition I'm making, that you do get a benefit from this.
Commissioner, over and above that, I don't want us to leave the fact that SAPS was benefiting as well.
Yeah, no. The consequence, if the certificates are submitted, SAPS benefits because it gets, but that was not your intention. You didn't act to help the SAPS. You did not. It wasn't your job. You say you overstepped. You didn't do this for the SAPS. It wasn't even your unit or your section that was at issue here. You were not doing it for the SAPS.
But
you were doing it for Mr. Matala. Can we agree that? You were helping Mr. Matala in an area which had nothing to do with your functions. You used your position and relationship with a supplier, because you deal with this supplier. I'm assuming it has to be a supplier, that otherwise how would you even call them a cold call? So I'm making the assumption that it's a supplier that you know because of your work, of your area. So you are able to pick up a call and speak to the supplier. If it's not a supplier that you know and have dealings with, or you have encountered because of your area, then you were using your position as a SAPS person to call a supplier cold, to say you are giving Medicare trouble because they haven't paid you. Please work with them and help them to get those COFs. But it was to benefit Mr. Matlala when you made that call. that SAPS benefited is incidental to that, or it's a natural consequence of assisting Mr. Madlanga? So let's take it step by step. Do you accept that your call to the supplier, you called to assist Mr. Madlanga? That was the reason you called, because he's having trouble with COFs for recruitment. Do you accept, are you prepared to accept that, to concede that?
I'm partially accepting because it was not only to benefit Mr. Matlala.
Okay.
And I hear what you are saying, Commissioner, but I was assisting both individuals, not individuals, Mr. Matlala as well as the organization. From my side, from my environment, I also had the outstanding COFs.
Okay. My second proposition to you is that you're assisting Mr. Matlala, if you're successful assisting Mr. Matlala, you also get a benefit from it because your partner's financial troubles and contractual troubles get resolved. You do have I would have an interest in my partner's business getting money and their contract not being terminated. So I don't think you should be shy to accept that you, of course, would benefit, because he would be able to pay, to give you 100,000 rands without, and he wouldn't be able to give it to you if he's not getting paid by the SEPs. I mean it only in that way.
Commissioner, I will accept only if you add also that SAPS was also benefiting from this.
I'm prepared to accept, Brigadier, that the SEPs benefited as well.
Thank you.
They did get a benefit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brigadier, if you can then go and just finish off that conversation that was happening on the 31st.
We are on page 21.
On page 20, I think the timestamp is at the bottom for the next message. On the 31st at 10:32, you ask him, did she give you the file?
That's correct.
And he responds, she didn't. You then revert and say, did you pay her? And he then sends you a screenshot of what seems to be a conversation with someone who then confirms that they say payment is done. So if you look at the bottom of that screenshot, it says they say payment is done. On the following page, I'm waiting for the remittance. And there, Mr. Matala reverts to that person and says, okay, I'll be waiting. What was that in relation to?
It's a relation.
Same issue. Sorry, my apologies. You can proceed.
Can I? It's relating to the question that I've asked him, did you pay her? And now he's just showing me that payment has been done and I'm waiting for remittance. It's a screenshot of someone that forwarded to him.
Brigadier, is it payment to an individual or payment to a company?
Payment to a company.
Why do you refer to the company as her? And he answers, she didn't. I mean, your first question was, did she give you a file?
Yes.
And then he says she didn't. And then you say, did you pay her?
Yes.
So both of you are speaking about a female person here and not a CC or a company or...
Yes. Because the company owner is a female.
Is that?
Yes.
This company is a service provider.
It's a
You
service
know
provider
that.
to Mr.
So that's who
Matala.
you spoke to.
Yes.
That's the person you
I
spoke to.
believe so.
No, it looks like that when he asked, are you winning Diva, he was asking, are you succeeding with the service provider? And you succeeded with the service provider, and you expected that she would give Mr. Matlala a
The
file.
files, yes.
And you asked, did you pay her? Pay her what? What
Money.
had you been discussing with Mr. Matlala about payment?
The payment that he's owing to the service provider, seeing that the service provider doesn't want to give him files.
So this file would have what? If it's a service provider file, what would be in the file?
It will be the certificate of fitness, feedback from medical surveillance, and it will depend on the test that has been conducted for medical surveillance. It will be your height, your weight, your BP, your respiratory, your lung function. It will be your lung function, maybe your urine test,
Yes.
and your blood test.
Okay.
And if they have detected anything on your urine test, or your physical examination, or your blood test, then they will indicate on the COF.
So how should we read, if you go back to page 19, where he forwards you someone who has said to him, COFs to be scanned, that's on the 30th. And then on the 31st, you are asking about, did she give you a file? And did you pay her? It seems to be out of sequence, because already on the 30th, someone is saying the COFs are going to be scanned. How should we read and understand this?
I think this is a message that Mr. Matlala forwarded, that he received from the previous, from the other service provider. Because the other service provider is saying, good morning, Tate Matlala. Yes, the doctors completed the file already. The COFs to be scanned.
So we can accept that when someone says to him, the COFs to be scanned, it must mean he's already paid, right? Otherwise, he won't be getting the COFs, because that's what this fight is about.
Sometimes, what I've noted after this whole thing, they will give the COFs, then after giving the COFs, he will pay them later.
Okay.
Based on the COF that they have gave to him, and also the quality check that will have been done on the COF.
Okay.
So in this instance, I think he promised him that the COF will be scanned. Then he realized that Mr. Matlala is owing him money, and he never gave him the COFs. Hence, that video whereby they were negotiating the money.
So are you saying that the message about COFs to be scanned, and the message at 21 where you ask, did she give you the file? She didn't. Did you pay her? Are you now saying they relate to the same service provider?
That's
or
correct,
it's different
Commissioner.
service providers?
That's the same service provider.
Okay. Thank you.
Brigadier, after the screenshot, there's a series of calls. And Mr. Matlala had essentially told you that payment is done. And did this constitute that everything was now sorted as it related to this service provider?
No. No, I think this is a screenshot.
Yes.
I don't think Mr. Matlala will call the service provider, Salam brother. Can you please check with your guys how far is the payment? It should be someone who's having access to the PERSAP system. Now he's sending me this screenshot to say to show that payment has been done. He has not yet received the money in his bank because he says, I'm waiting for remittance. So once payment is in his account, then he will be able to pay the service provider.
So, and so at this point, is this the end of your intervention then?
I believe so.
Did you ask for anything after all your efforts? I hope I'm not going too
No,
far.
I know where you're going.
I hope I'm not going too far. You know where I'm going, but not too far.
No, I did not.
With this screenshot, what is he doing? Is he reporting to you that now he's being paid?
Yeah, he's waiting for payment, and once he receives his payment, he will be able to pay the service provider.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
That's how I understand.
That's how you read
the
it.
screenshot, yes, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
And so now the following day, this is now on the 1st of February at 10:12, you call Mr. Matlala, and at 11:41, you send him a picture of what looks like, I want to say a mechanic and a car, and attached to that picture you say, "Nkadime koloi batho," with a crying emoji.
Yes.
And maybe let's...
Meaning what?
Oh, my apologies.
Please borrow me a
Meaning
car.
what, Brigadier?
Please borrow me a car, and I'm crying that I don't have a car.
Thank you.
And then if we can just play the voice note that you send to Mr. Matlala.
Why would it not?
Thank you, Brigadier. Because there was some Setswana in there, I'll just ask you to translate what you said, or just recount what you said in that voice note.
No, I'm just saying, why is he ignoring me? The car which they were fixing, they could not fix it. Because now they are telling me about, oh, I'm not a mechanic, I'm not good in car parts. They are telling me about valves, cam belts, and yeah.
There was something about midweek, or did I miss here? Maharing abeg something.
Yeah, I think it was during the week.
I think he says he'll fix it. I think you said in that clip, he says he will fix it during the week. Maharinga Beke that the chair is referring to.
Yeah, the mechanic. The mechanic has indicated that they will fix the car during the week.
Umbona ngiyasuthwa Setswana.
Kawabona wasuthwa, Commissioner.
And then in response at 14:21, Mr. Matlala says, "I don't have a car, rather I'll rent a car on Tuesday for you."
Sorry?
Sorry, Brigadier, are you okay? Or
No, I'm
do you-
okay.
Oh, okay. So he then sends you this message.
The one that says, I don't have a car, rather I'll rent you a car on Tuesday for you. Yes.
So, Brady, just to understand this interaction regarding the car, in what capacity do you then send this request?
It's Dali,
As
Dali,
Dali,
Lavi.
Lavi, oh my apologies.
You listen to the
Mr.
chair, right?
Okay, so now you've reverted back to advancing, this was a conversation in the context of two lovers.
Mm.
All right. And as Commissioner Kumalo asked, that did you ask for anything in return? This was not in return for the favor you had done, but rather...
And my answer is no. I asked nothing in return.
Okay, this request is just purely coincidence that it happens after, and it was just lover to lovey.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is it a coincidence that the 4th of February was a Tuesday?
It's a what, Commissioner?
Just go to the previous page. Remember now, as Dali, as Lavi, he says, I'll rent a car for you on Tuesday. Now, is it a coincidence that the 4th of February 2025 was a Tuesday?
No, remember the money was not going to me. It was going directly to the butcher.
I was not asking about the money. So you already know where I'm going.
Yes.
I suppose for good measure, then on the 4th, which would have been then, so on the 4th of February at 13:10, Mr. Matlala sends you proof of payment at the account of choice being Osizweni Meat Market for a payment of 100,000. And just to confirm, you still maintain that that was for him to settle his account with the butchery, and it wasn't to direct a payment to you through that account.
That's correct, I confirm.
And on the same day, he also sends you a message saying, I will come, you still fighting with Udire and the lawyers, and you say that you think that would have been call you. I will call you, still fighting with the lawyers.
Yeah. And Udire and lawyers is the service provider that we've been discussing regarding the COFs.
Okay, so he's updating you ostensibly on a conversation you've been having.
Mm.
All right. Then this is followed by a series of calls, one at 2027 and another at 2030. Then on the 12th.
Ms. Boy, just let's deal with the issue of the car first. Your car troubles at the end of January. Mr. Matlala promised you a car on Tuesday the 4th. What happened to your car troubles? We are now on the 12th, which is a week later.
It was fixed.
Before it was fixed?
It
Did
was,
he
it
rent
was
a car
fixed.
for you?
It was fixed the following day.
Oh. So he did not need to rent a car for you?
No,
Or to give you money to rent a car?
no, Commissioner. I've been driving this Korokoro that you are seeing here.
All right. Now we're at page 25 on the 12th of February at 8:15. You initiate a call with Mr. Matlala, and at 8:31, you request that he sends you the letter. The letter, then Mr. Matlala responds at 8:33 with 2 letters. If we could just go to the annexures tab to MTJ 5 and 6 at page 51 of the annexures bundle.
5 and 6.
Yes, so page 51. Maybe let's start with page 51. Right? So at page 51 is a letter of demand for non-performance on the contractual obligations for Medicare 24. And in the letter, SAPS details a series of non-performance in most of the areas that Medicare is supposed to be servicing. Can you confirm that? And at MTJ 6 is a response from Medicare, a response to the letter of demand. And in that response, generally, Medicare tries to explain its position in relation to all the areas that SAPS had pointed to non-performance.
That's correct.
Can you confirm that?
I confirm.
And ultimately, they promise to essentially do better. They say they will ensure that various work streams within 14 days that a bilateral meeting is held to ensure the backlogs are addressed and timelines given for the submission. That's on page 60.
That's correct.
All right. So if we can then go back to the chats. In response to the 2 letters, you then write to Mr. Matlala and say, on your response, you should also indicate the challenges experienced from SAPS, delays in payment, failure to have QTR meeting with SAPS to discuss challenges in order to improve service delivery as per SLA, members insisting on using their preferred doctors. Right? So you deal with this exchange at paragraph 23 of your statement. Oh, my apologies.
No.
28. Can't even read my
20?
own handwriting. 28. At 28 and 29. In particular, you note there that I then highlighted to him he could have included the non-payment issue, failure to have quarterly meetings with company as per SLA, and also the issues whereby members were insisting on going to their preferred doctors. You see that? Now, in your chat, right, when you read the chats, it seems that at 9:40, you were advising on what Mr. Matlala should include in his response to SAPS. Can you see that? Your language there, it says, on your response, you should also indicate that. Can you see that?
I see that, but already the letter was drafted and sent to SAPS.
And then in your statement, you modify it to say you highlighted to him that he could have. Can you see that? So here, what I wanted to understand in particular is when you send this kind of response to Mr. Matlala in response to a letter, and you've already accepted that the letter highlights non-performance in almost every area that Mr. Matlala was servicing, that you in turn would advise Mr. Matlala that he should note what is SAP's challenges? Do you have a comment to that? I mean, why would you advise him to do this, and whose interests were you advancing with this advice?
You know, if he's complaining about the delays in payment, which is affecting him to perform effectively. Now, when I look at the letter, all of those that he was complaining about, they were not included in the letter. Now, it makes me wonder if he was telling the truth, that there was delay in payment from SAPS, or because if delay in payment was an issue, I believe that he could have included it on his letter, but he did not include it.
But you know he didn't include it. And what you then do is advise him to include it.
The
Because
letter was-
the letter was sent. I mean, it doesn't
Yeah.
preclude him from sending another letter.
Yeah.
And if you consider it, they are responding to a letter of demand and not including these challenges. It is you who suggest that they included. They didn't see it necessary to do so.
I agree.
So my question again is, whose interests are you advancing here when you give this kind of advice?
Of Mr. Matlala,
Right. Thank you.
Against who?
against my employer.
So let's then go to the next.
Can I
Oh,
just
my
ask
apologies.
a different question? Brigadier, that letter of demand that is at page 51, it speaks of different streams, work streams, right? In which he said
MT6, Commissioner?
MTJ5. It's a letter of demand, non-performance. It has different work streams, and yours, if I am correct, and if I've correctly understood your evidence, yours appears to be at page 52. You can correct me?
That's correct,
Where it says
Commissioner.
medical surveillance work stream.
That's correct, Commissioner?
Okay. Now, the second paragraph there says, in your stream, about your stream, it says, for the period July to December 2024, all the requests for periodic medical surveillance remain outstanding with a health risk manager beyond turnaround time, and in brackets it says 100% non-performance, right? You see that?
I see that, Commissioner.
Yes. So there's a problem in your area, according to this letter, 100% non-performance. How is it that you assist Mr. Matlala what you say he should have included in his letter to show that SAPS itself has been in default? It has made it difficult for him to perform his job. You're assisting him in that when, in fact, in your own area, the SAPS records 100% non-performance. And this is a non-performance that you have not dealt with. And can I just put my proposition to you that I think this, in fact, which I've just read to you, and the history of how you've been assisting him, that it actually glaringly sets out the conflict position in which you were. Because according to this letter, they are not performing in your section, but notwithstanding that, you are consistently assisting him. And you're not dealing with the fact that he's not performing in your section. That speaks to the serious conflict of interest that you had, that you couldn't deal with his non-performance because of your relationship with him. Can you see the problem that presents?
Commissioner, when I inquired about this letter to supply chain SHE management, they indicated that there was a typo. In this specific stream is where Mr. Matlala was performing and excelling.
Where the typo being what? Where here is
The
the
typo being the non-performance. when I inquired, the person who drafted this told me that there was a typo, and in this work stream, he was performing. It was not 100% non-performance.
But, sorry, is the typo 100% instead of a lower percentage? Are you saying he was performing 100% or he was not performing but only 20%? I'm trying to understand when you say typo.
By December, in my environment, it was 100% performance.
Full perform, by the time this letter went out?
Yes.
Did you correct this?
No,
with
it
the-
was
with
not
the-
me who compiled the letter.
No, when
And I
you,
was not consulted when it was compiled.
now that you have the letter, Mr. Matlala gives you the letter, you don't say to him, actually, you don't say to him in your proposal, you're suggesting to him what he should have included in that letter, right? In that WhatsApp message. You say you should have mentioned delays in payment, failure to have quarterly meetings, members insisting on using their preferred doctor. You don't say to him also that you should have included that you've been performing 100% in my area. That seems to me to be a big thing, more than failure to have quarterly meetings. It seems to me that if where you're sitting, a service provider that you are close to has in fact performed 100%, and he sends you a letter to which you are suggesting what you should have added, it's strange to me that you don't add that, but you should have added that you are performing 100% in my work stream where they say you are not performing.
Maybe because on his letter, on his response letter, he is clearly indicating that he is performing in the stream.
Can you show us that?
It will be on page 58.
Page?
58.
Yes. Yeah, what about page 58? Where does he say he's performing 100%?
He's under medical surveillance work stream, he's saying with regard to SHE management, our work stream has been working with various service providers and specialists through the country. This is the case when it comes to specialists with annual and renewal of medicals, in bracket, aviation and divers. From the 18th of June 2024, we have completed and certified 1,761 medicals nationally, and this will include drug testing and travel medication. We have 3 large medical groups currently being attended to, which include Northwest Province. These are planned to be completed by the 13th of February 2025 for over 300 annual medicals.
So are you saying the 1,761 medicals nationally under your work stream, that was 100% performance? I just want to make sure that I understand your evidence.
The measurement will be in terms of activating the appointments, because let me give an example where I'm sitting. We will do medicals of about 580. We plan for all 580. They will respond within a week to action the authorization. The challenge will be an issue of non-arrival of members, as well as the refusal. You'll get those that will be saying, I don't want to do the medicals. But from his side, he activated, made an appointment within the required period, as per SLA.
Yes, I think what I'm hoping for is a straight answer, whether you're saying that it was in fact incorrect for the SEPs to say in your work stream he has not performed at all, right? 100%. It was incorrect. To your knowledge, he had performed 100%, or whatever lesser percentage? I'm trying to get that kind of clarification. Because I make a serious statement to you that, well, according to the SEPs, there was no performance in your section.
That's correct.
And you did nothing about it. That's quite a strong statement to make, right? But you say, no, but they are wrong. And they are wrong to say he hasn't performed at all. In fact, he had performed 100%. That's what I thought you were saying. And when I said to you, show me where he says so, because you say maybe because he had replied and included it in his letter, that's why you were not advising it. So what I'm asking you is, are you saying the number that he speaks to, and I don't know anything about your environment and the numbers, are you saying the 1761 medicals that he says that they have action, that was 100% of what was required of him and that he completed? It's simply that I'm asking.
The 100% in my environment, that one I can confirm.
Okay.
Because after we received the authorization, the appointments were scheduled within a week.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But
Thank you.
Commissioner, I must say it's not the total of 1,761. I'm talking about my environment, whereby it was, I think it was 585.
So when he says 1761, it's not your environment.
It's not only my environment.
Okay. All right.
Brigadier, remember that question I asked earlier, and you said, let me look for the letterhead, and I said, don't waste time, we'll get to it. While you are on page 58, there is your answer. And remember, this is now the beginning of February. We're still on the 10th of February, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So it's clear. And because Mr. Matlala sent you this, you knew that he was no longer a director of this company.
Maybe sometimes we don't pay attention into details. We just look into the content of the letter.
Brigadier, on the back of your exchange with Commissioner Baloyi, is it then just sheer coincidence that on your version, the only area where he was performing is yours?
It's not only mine.
If you
look at the 1,661, it's not only in my environment. Although it might be medical surveillance, but there are different divisions and components that are conducting medical surveillance.
But look at the letter that SAP sent. So if you look at the first one, temporary incapacity leave work stream, you'll see the general or high levels of non-compliance, 89.88 or 100% of non-performance. Can you see that?
I don't want to critique the letter that is coming from my organization. But looking at this picture, where it says 100% non-performance, it was not 100% non-performance. And also it was confirmed by the colonel who's working in supply chain management, who's managing this stream.
And you don't think it's curious that as a first response, it would be that this is inaccurate and not a true reflection of our performance?
Because for me, and according to my knowledge, he responded to it to say they have already completed and certified over 1,761 medicals nationally.
If you look at that, again, it's contained in response to what is medical surveillance work stream. My simple point is, if you have regard to the letter, in every stream, there is general non-performance. And you are now saying that this was not the case of your stream. So I'm asking if it's coincident that the only stream where you say there's 100% performance is yours.
It's not my stream alone. There's quite a number of brigadiers that are included in the medical surveillance work stream. My number will be 580 something, not the total 1,761.
So it is also then possible that when they say there's non-performance in the stream, it may be as a result of other streams within medical surveillance work.
It might be possible, but even if it might be in other streams, it cannot be 100% non-performance, seeing that the 580 something that we arranged for, he did perform within the allocated time.
My simple point, Brigadier, is that if you have regard to his letter versus what SAPS is saying in the letter of demand, what you're saying as the errors or perhaps a failure to properly capture the non-performance doesn't accord with the explanation that Medicare itself provides. If you are a contractor accused of gross non-compliance like this or non-performance, one would imagine that the very first thing you say is, this is not true, or, we are performing. Instead, much of it is, we agree, however, this is what we're going to do to try and make things better. We'll try to meet these requirements. We're engaging with service providers. You see, they give an explanation as opposed to deny that there's non-performance.
Okay. I think Medicare will be in a better position to come and explain this response.
Brigadier, the only reason why I'm asking you is because of your defense of Medicare in your responses to Commissioner Baloyi. But I'll take it no further than that.
May we take a 5-minute adjournment, and may we ask to see the legal representatives outside, please? Now. Let's adjourn.
Oh, Nabanyaki.
Brigadier, after discussion with the legal representatives outside, it seems it's still going to be a while. So we have decided that rather than sit late, let's rather continue tomorrow. So we adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow. We will see you then. So you are warned to be here. Let's adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow.